Good morning, everyone. This is Pinkie, the housewife, and I'm showing this on my second channel, Pink Global, as well this morning. Happy Tuesday, June 3rd. Okay, um, I'll be taking my avatar down in just a minute. I'm in the process of trying to get my stuff and everything um, put on my desk and stuff. So since family is helping me get my food, my breakfast, my lemon water, and my juice and everything on my desk. So y'all have to excuse it, okay? Because they're gonna be in and out putting stuff on my desk for right now for me to eat. So as soon as they're done, I'll take the avatar down. All right. But today is gonna be the Diddy trial week 4. We're in the second day of week 4. This is uh questioning the testimonies. We got Mia testimony yesterday. She completed her testimony yesterday with the defense. Let me just say everything is alleged. This is my opinion only, and this video that I'm making is for education and entertainment purposes. I hardly ever don't say that. I haven't said that in a long time. I said it yesterday, but but I just want to put it out there. Okay. Uh, while I'm going to be going to uh, get everything together on my desk, and I need to go brush my teeth. I really do, guys. I'm going to just put it out there. But while I'm doing all that, we're going to be watching this video. Where's my phone? I think I left it in my master bath. Okay, I'll get it in just a minute. I'll be watching while I do that. But my family will be coming in and out, putting stuff on my desk. So they'll be watching too. But until I get settled. Um, let's go over the house rules right quick so I can go ahead and let you all be watching this live with CNN News 18, okay? Until I get everything settled. Uh, welcome to the Pink House, guys. Thank you for being here. Hit that like button coming in. Subscribe to the channel. Remember, subscribing to the channel and hitting the like button is free. So it doesn't cost a thing, but it helps me as a content creator to stay within the algorithm, and it helps me move my channel to the next level. Also, I'm very, very close to getting 6,000 subscribers. I should have been there by now, but with everything that's going on. Um, so if y'all can, go ahead and help me to reach to that stage. If you have not subscribed, I don't know. It seems like the more I'm just gonna leave that alone. But anyway, I'm at 235 subscribers. That was last night. I need 235 subscribers in order to hit the 6,000 subscribers. And then on my second channel, I'm at 255 subscribers from getting that monetized. So, guys, y'all got to help out if you can. I know y'all been doing your a great job in getting me these numbers, but we're gonna have to push it. Y'all gonna have to tell your mamas, sisters, and brothers, and the daddies, everybody that the housewife got to get monetized. So we need to go ahead and just get that done, so she can settle down and go back to being the housewife. Okay, so let me just put up my warnings right quick. Um, there's this graphic content warning. It's not good for everybody's ears to hear. Not everybody can listen to this, okay? And so if you're triggered, I can understand. Just listen to the parts that you can. All right. Uh, this is gonna be Diddy's day 15. Sean Diddy comes on trial. Continue. It's gonna continue, guys. It don't be given. We're gonna be here for a while, okay? Unless the prosecution go ahead and, like they said, they can close down anytime. They can do the closing arguments and anytime they get ready. But as you can see, we're not there yet. Remember, this is the process. We're here where the defense was questioning Mia. I don't know the things they were saying. They got the wrong person to do it. Brand Steel was too hard on her, in my opinion. But anyway, before um, so Mills, Mia, I think the ex-assistant to Diddy, I think she won't, she shouldn't be up there today. She did a great job. Kudos to her. She did a awesome job. Okay, now let me just see who we got in here before I go ahead and put this video on. So on. Um, Renita, thank you for being here this morning. I'll drop this avatar down as soon as I get back, guys. Y'all will get chances. See old Pinkie, the housewife. Renita, thank you for being here, and I hope you had a wonderful trip. Blessings that you made it back all safely. Not everybody can go on 2 vacations back to back. Girl, you got it like that. You got it like that. And Petitious, thank you for being here. Happy Tuesday to you. If it wasn't for you, half of the time, I would not know what the day is. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. I tell my husband about that all the time, that you keep me up with the days, because I swear I be messing them up. Uh, I do it all the time. And thank you for being here. Thank you all for your support. And Sharon, thank you for being here as well. Good morning, Miss Pinkie Pinkie the housewife in chat. Thank you. My trip was awesome. Ooh, I bet it was. Now, like I told you, not everybody can go on 2 vacations. The summer haven't even started. You know, it just started, and people going on 2 vacations. And that's okay. I'm gonna go on one day, but we're gonna go ahead and get this started. If anybody else come in, can y'all give them a shout out for me? Put it in the chat. Hey guys, how you doing? We just holding it down till Pinkie gets. Well, don't tell them I'm gone. I'm going to be listening to everything anyway from my phone. So if anything I need to come in and step in for, I'll be here. Okay. Let me just make sure everything is right. So we're going to be watching live with CNN News 18. Okay. The one and only. Oh, let me just go do something before I hit it live. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. I just had to check on something in the other room. Okay, let me go ahead and get this ready for y'all. Here we go. Oh, I got to choose the one I need. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, this is live. Okay, and so we're gonna. Only reason I paused it just so we're gonna unpause it when I get back so we can catch up completely live. But this is a live. This was CNN. That information will be down in my description box under credit video. Okay, here we go.
Here in this case, the racketeering conspiracy is that this was a criminal enterprise, and so they have been introducing evidence to a number of witnesses to suggest that Bad Boy and Combs Enterprise was paying for a number of these things to put it on the whole company working on this, and even Mia testifying that she felt she couldn't go to HR because HR.
Let me ask a question before I go and brush my teeth. Make sure everybody can hear it. Put a 1 in the chat, because if you don't put a 1 in the chat, I'm not going to stop brushing my teeth to come back. I need to brush my teeth and wash my face. Y'all know this is kind of early for me. Put a 1 in the chat. If no 1's in the chat, I'm assuming everything is friendly and dandy. Okay, since I don't have a 1 in the chat, I'm going to go. Okay. Thank you, Impetitious. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and start the video. And guys, y'all give me about 5 minutes. But I'm going to be watching it too, because I need to watch it.
There to punish her and others and to promote and protect the home. That's the theme of the government's case. And so he's going to be asked, I think, about the money trail that he's on the stand. She also, Anna had filed a civil lawsuit against Combs, which Combs denied, but she is a witness who is going to be a person who the jury has already heard a lot about in some of the testimony.
Let's get some perspective now from our powerhouse legal team. We have trial attorney Monique Presley, who used to represent Bill Cosby; Jim Trusty, former chief of the DOJ's organized crime and gang section, used to represent President Donald Trump; and Shan Wu, defense attorney and former federal prosecutor. Great to be with all of you. First to you, Shan. So Mia has been questioned for 3 days now, virtually the same amount of time that we saw Cassie Ventura on the stand for. What impact do you think she's going to have on the outcome of this trial?
Well, I think the reason you're seeing her up there for such a long time is because it shows what kind of impact she could potentially have on like Ventura, she's also being presented as a witness who was also victimized here. And so that's a very important piece of foundation for the prosecution play. They still a lot of stuff to tie together, but they have to get this evidence out there. And I think the sounds of it, it's been awfully compelling testimony.
Compelling testimony that does overlap with some of the allegations of physical and sexual abuse that we've heard previously. Is there a risk that the prosecution is overlapping too much?
There's a risk in cases like this where the prosecution really has to be careful that the more impactful, even salacious testimony doesn't go past the point of being probative versus prejudice, which can solve a lot of problems where you want to appeal if you get the conviction. A little hard to say. I mean, we're seeing objections from both sides a lot today. I think today's objections were more the prosecution trying to make a point to the jury that defense was kind of being blown towards the victim. But they do have to be careful with that, and they have to really stay in the focus zone of making sure all this very impactful evidence gets tied to the elements of the charge.
Can I say something about those objections? Yeah, just it's a bit of trial advocacy, I suppose. Yeah, it is a difficult spot in front of the jury to have somebody on the other side you feel is drawing you into constant objections. Because in a sense, if you keep objecting, you're highlighting that you're scoring points. Sometimes the jury takes it the opposite way, like you're obstructing a logical course of questioning. So it's real hard to figure out when do I just sit down and let it play out, when do I not. What I'm hearing from the report is that the judge is not being a particular activist about shutting down the defense cross. If that's the case, you got to read the room as a prosecutor and wait for just a few times where it's really critical to object. So I think that's an interesting kind of game within the game that's going on. The other thing I want to mention real quick, assault and sexual assault are not predicate crimes for RICO. This is charged with racketeering, influence, corrupt organization, the entity being all of Sean Combs' businesses and himself. So it's legally permissible, but kind of factually tricky. I think what this is building to, believe it or not, is a witness that's not a victim. It's building towards an expert on human trafficking and sex trafficking to explain why someone like Mia would stick around, why Mia would still have this misplaced allegiance years later. And they're going to put it in the context of the psychological control that happens in human trafficking cases. So I think that's going to be a real interesting battle down the road, is who comes in to tie these crimes together that are not actual RICO predicates, but will come together as a human trafficking or sexual trafficking.
Although the force aspect of violence does go to the force and sex trafficking, so we kind of have that on there.
Right, but not the assault, not the rape per se. It's got to be part of the bigger picture.
And the sex trafficking depends on whom the victim's actually supposed to be for the sex trafficking. They spent the first few weeks of this case saying that it was Ms. Ventura, when to me it was always kind of obvious that there were others who they could probably get a better case out of. But I agree. Where's the beef is what we're going to need to know. If they're trying to use the expert that you think that they're going to use, I think that's a huge problem, because they're trying to put, again, someone on the stand to explain why people did things that they haven't evaluated, that they weren't treating. It's the same thing as the prior expert that they haven't tried to explain why Ms. Ventura would do things or not do things when she hadn't spent a day treating her, hadn't done an evaluation of her. That's highly unreliable, and juries are not dumb.
I think that because I'm just saying, I'm the expert, because I've actually was one of the first prosecutors we see use domestic violence expert. As long as the expert isn't opining on the ultimate issue and saying this was wrong legally, I think it gives you a very good framework as a prosecutor to fit in the behavior of the witnesses and possibly explain this question of why didn't you?
It's fascinating to see the prosecution and some of the prosecutorial experience take one side and the defense take the other. I wonder what you made of what Jim was describing about the difficulty in pushing a RICO case forward. You have cell phones being stolen, cars being tracked, allegations of which. Does that not rise to the level of coercion? Does that not get them closer to a RICO?
Right now, it's all kind of sounding like throw everything against the wall and see how much you can get to stick. It's not coming out like some organized crime scheme plan. It's not sounding. I mean, RICOs are hard to prove anyway. And when you have a circumstance like this where a jury may very well be looking and thinking that domestic violence is horrible, this is not anybody's great guy. They may detest the defendant, but they may not see that as the same thing as a criminal enterprise. They may think this is a horrible domestic violence relationship and that this is a person who was a cruel boss. And those two things can be true without there being a RICO at the end of the line.
True, but a very challenging closing argument for defense attorneys, because you've got, by that point, maybe this critical mass of people being dangled out windows, sexual assaults, obstruction, horrible things. you get to a point, you stand up and close, you go, yeah, that's kind of all true, but it doesn't add up to a RICO. That's a tough argument. Doesn't mean it's not. It's available for sure. We're going to hear it for sure. But it's a tough fight by that point of the trial.
It depends on the jury. It depends on how many people they've dangled out of windows, how many times they've been obsessed lovers who are running down the middle of the street trying to keep their wife from leaving. You have to figure out the path as a jury in order to know what they're going to be thinking.
If you ask questions during jury selection, how many of you have dangled somebody else?
Yeah, the answer honestly.
I do wonder what you all make victim of the review. This is someone that was set to testify, they're not going to testify, even as we've seen other witnesses come forward and make clear that they are only testifying because they're under subpoena. What's going on with victim number 3?
Well, it's hard to speculate what's going on with them. As a prosecutor, I wouldn't be too worried about that if I portrayed this atmosphere of people being really scared and intimidated, and I just kind of let that speak for itself. And going back to the point about the closing aspect of it too, I think if this trial continues to play out this way, you've got all this really explosive kind of evidence. The job for the prosecutor at the end is to stay pretty dispassionate. Don't rely too much on emotion. Explain how the charges and the elements are met by this evidence, and don't rely too much on that explosive aspect of that reading result.
Appreciate all of you. Thanks so much for your conversation. So what was it actually like inside the courtroom as Diddy came face to face with his former employee who's alleging that he sexually assaulted her? Earlier, I caught up with sketch artist Christine Cornell, our eyes and ears inside the courtroom, and asked her how Mia was behaving when she took a stand.
I have never seen a witness carry themselves the way she did. She never raised her eyes to anyone, not to the jury, not to the lawyer who was asking her questions. She was kind of like in a little withdrawn cave. And even when she passed me, which she would have to do every time she left the stand, she didn't make eye contact with anyone in the courtroom. She was just trying to get out of there quick. And
how about Diddy?
I didn't see that.
And I know you were saying close behind him. How was Diddy reacting to all of this?
Well, when she first took the stand, he was very agitated. And he moved his chair 3 times, I think, probably just wanting to make sure he had the best line of sight of her. Like he wanted to do the eyeball thing. And she wasn't having any of it. He resorted to doing what he could do, which was take notes and pass notes to his lawyers and just try to throw it in her face, which you saw over the last 2 days. Everything, that she'd ever said that was glowingly flattering of him as to, counter her current claims, which is that he kind of really wreaked havoc on her life.
But we also saw sparks flying between prosecution and the defense today when Mia was on the stand. You had prosecutor Maureen Comey telling the judge, quote, Mr. Steele has yelled at this witness. Mr. Steele has been sarcastic with this witness. Mr. Steele has been argumentative with this witness. What was that moment like?
Well, the judge said he didn't see it. And actually, I think they picked the best person to do that job. Mr. Steele did it in such a kind of a downplayed way that, yes, he was definitely, battering her or trying to. He called her a liar. He said, aren't you making this all up? But he was doing it like, almost trying to coax it out of her, but it wasn't happening. I watched the jury very carefully today. I had a feeling that they were also somewhat exasperated with the defense insistence on just, naysaying everything that came out of her mouth, saying, oh, you said you loved him here, oh, you said it's hard here, how do you come back, from that and call him a rapist? I do think that the jury was weary with it.
Christine Cornell, thank you so much for joining us.
Okay.
Joining me now is defense attorney Joe Tacopina. He previously represented President Donald Trump in a civil lawsuit brought by Pinkie and Carroll, and recently successfully represented ASAP Rocky, who was acquitted on felony gun charges back in February. Joe, thanks so much for being with us. President Trump not ruling out a pardon for Diddy if the music mogul is convicted. He told reporters that he's going to, quote, look at the facts. Given what we know about the president, do you think he really would consider a pardon?
I wouldn't put much stock into that back and forth. That was a tough question by a reporter. The president wasn't scripted, obviously. He simply said, look, having been through what he's been through, 4 prosecutions in 1 year, none of which was successful. I think he's a little sensitive to, unjust prosecutions. So I think what he was simply saying was that you look at it. Of course, that has now become headline news and a story and everything else. One thing he was also clear about is no one's asking on Diddy's behalf for a pardon. I don't think that will be way more serious. First of all, there needs to be a conviction. And secondly, if there is a conviction, this is the sort of case that the president would pardon and set aside I'm not so convinced in this case. Don't all that much.
When it comes to the idea of potential for a pardon, you're right that as far as we know, nobody from Diddy's camp has requested one. Somebody has spoken out already against one without there even being a conviction, and that's 50 Cent, arguably the greatest troll of all time. He's been sharing these videos on Instagram of Diddy appearing to criticize Donald Trump in the past. I wonder how much some of that criticism might be a factor in a decision to potentially pardon not just Diddy, but anyone else, because there is a perception, at least lately, that some of the pardons that the White House has issued are in part because of folks that have tried to curry favor for the president. What do you think?
Well, I don't think it's as simple as that. I think when he pardoned someone, he believes that they've been either treated unfairly by the system or that there's a just reason for the initial pardon. Okay, I know people are quick to say, oh, he's doing favors to people who are good to him. I don't think he's making that evaluation. That being said, I do know that if someone has a lot of awful things to say about him, that is something he's going to consider when he's evaluating whether someone deserves a pardon. Again, this is not the sort of case, to me, that if a jury finds guilty, that the president's likely to set that burden. I just don't believe he would. Again, he needs to understand the facts of this case, but knowing the facts of this case, I don't think he would based on the type of evidence that's been presented. Again, I still think there's a big void with the evidence of racketeering enterprise and Hilton's case. But this is what the prosecution did was all wrong. They came out to be one of the worst things that everyone faces her. They came out to be a very unlikable guy, a matter of women, an abuser of people lower than me, someone who's not nice to anyone, it seems like, and someone who's willing to lose his mind over someone interfering with his relationships with women. Have they proven he's a completely insane, jealous boyfriend? Absolutely. Does that make him part of a racketeering enterprise? Of course, I guess the prison has to decide that, but in this case, it's not that simple. He was spending days in federal court talking about baby oil and applesauce on burgers. I mean, this is not the sort of stuff you hear in federal racketeering trials for the most part.
Judge Aquino, fascinating to hear from you on this. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Up next, it's a question that the defense keeps bringing up. Why did Diddy's alleged victims not leave him or at least report him? We have insight tonight from one of the psychologists who testified in the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial. She's standing by. Next. When he was happy, I was safe. Those 7 words from Mia highlight how accusers of Sean Diddy Combs say they try to placate the musical to protect themselves from his alleged violence and abuse. For psychologists, that testimony reveals an all too familiar cycle. It's something my next guest knows all about. He evaluated Amber Heard during the Johnny Depp defamation lawsuit through some of her testimony in that trial.
Borderline personality disorder is a disorder of stability. It's instability, and it's instability in personal relationships, it's instability in their emotions, it's instability in their behavior, and it's instability in their sense of self and their identity.
Political and forensic psychologist Shannon Kirk joins us now. Shannon, thanks for being with us. So when you hear this testimony from Mia saying that Combs brainwashed her and he used to be her protector, what comes to mind?
Well, that is an excellent question. And I want to preface that first by saying that as a forensic psychologist, it is really important that I'm representing to the public that I'm not here to give any opinions about anybody who is a party to this trial. I have not evaluated anybody. And so I'm really here to share some of the science, some of my clinical experience on these more general issues around violence, sexual harassment, sexual violence, and why people would stay in these situations without making any sort of opinion on what is really within the realm of the jury and the judge to determine about guilt. So with that said, depending on what specifically you're interested in, I understand that the brainwashing comment has gotten a lot of criticism and questioning. And I will say that for people on the outside looking in, a lot of the behavior you might see from somebody who is going through intimate partner violence or who is in some sort of relational dynamic with somebody who is using coercive control or is psychologically violent or is just doing things that can be intimidating. Their behavior of the survivor, of the victim, it can seem counterintuitive. So in very established research-based ways, we know that there is the foot in the door, that these things don't start overnight, and that there really is a gradual process of coercion where over time you find yourself sort of like the old adage of a frog in boiling water. It gets hot so slowly you just don't jump out.
So then why do some people find it so difficult to leave their alleged abusers or even to report them, especially given some of the testimony that we've heard from witnesses in this case with them?
Mm-hmm. Excellent point, and that's exactly what I'm speaking to, is it can seem so counterintuitive. If you're hearing these explicitly violent accounts, it can seem like, why didn't you run screaming? And I'll tell you exactly why, because usually this starts off not like a horror show. It starts off like a fairy tale. And you are given, especially if you came from a complex traumatic background, if you had to earn love from your parents, or if you weren't ever really safe in your family of origin, you're going to take crumbs, you're going to accept crumbs. And if somebody is coming at you who has immense power, we've idealized in the media, who seems benevolent, and then they are showering you very quickly with love, adoration, and saying that this is, you are the one for them, you are magical, you have all these wonderful qualities, you're going to probably ignore some of those initial thoughts that this is really quick, this person doesn't even know me. And if you don't even have some of that stable support, you didn't come from a loving background, you're going to be very quick to jump right in. And it's really once you've given up a little bit of your autonomy, maybe you've given up your apartment, you've moved for the person, you quit your job to work full time for this person, that now they've got you. And you're going to see this very gradual uptick of cruelty and diminishment of your self-esteem that at first is really destabilizing and devastating because you're in the fairy tale and you can't believe that it's slipping away. And so you might actually try to grab it back. You might try to earn that love back. And if you came from a background where you had to predict your parents' moods to avoid beatings or to make sure you were safe or your siblings were safe, that comes very naturally. And another important point here is that we need to understand that there's nuance in everything. And that this relationship, when you're dealing with an abuser and a victim or a survivor, it's not black and white, it's not always horrific. There are usually genuine moments of love and connection. And so if you start to live for that reinforcing rise, there's the building tension, and then suddenly you get the relief, you're close again, and then it's entrenched and you're going to stay. Now it's stronger than ever.
Shannon Curry, we very much appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much for having me.
So you can get much more on the trial by listening to Laura Coates' new CNN podcast, Trial by Jury. It's available wherever you get your podcast. Tonight, hate and terror in Colorado. The alleged year-long anti-Semitic plot revealed as officials battle to bring the suspect to justice. Colorado's Attorney General will join us tonight. But first, claims of brainwashing, tracking devices, and more than 100 objections in new and dramatic testimony against Sean Diddy Combs. Tonight, a special edition of Laura Coates Live, Diddy on trial. During the evening with us, I'm Boris Sanchez in for Laura tonight. Day 14 of the trial. Sean Combs brought aggressive questioning and serious.
Hey guys, I'm still here. I'm getting ready to completely sit in just a minute. I'm just trying to put me some socks on, but I'm still coming. Thank you all for still hanging in there and everything, being here with me. But you're going to enjoy the live today. Got some good stuff planned for us. We're going to get all caught up from yesterday. Testimony on Monday with Mia. And there was a surprise person that came into the courtroom yesterday. I'm not sure what type of deal he got or whatever, but there's two names I do want to bring up. One name is, who is Sylvia O'Ken? Sylvia O'Ken, I guess how they pronouncing her last name. And then the other name, it is, let me look on my phone because I had it on my phone this morning. Oh, I think his name is Eddie Garcia. I think it's Eddie Garcia. Yes. So we're going to be asking a question of that. And then we're going to ask a question about KK, Diddy's right-hand woman, whether she's going to take the stand or whether she got some deal with the feds, so she don't go down like Elaine Maxwell went down when her boss, who you know who didn't live to tell about it in the prisons, whether he is still there. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and finish letting this roll for a little while, and within the next 5 minutes, we can look into that, and then we're going to see what's going on outside the courtroom. Okay, everybody still can hear the video and hear me just fine, right? Thank you, Renita, for letting me know too.
Claims about just how much control he had as a former aide took a stand for her third day of testimony. In just a moment, our legal experts and court insiders will unpack what we heard from Mia, who says that Diddy sexually assaulted her. Here's the snapshot of today's key moments in court. The defense grilled Mia on why she didn't report her abuse allegations, but she fired back, telling the court that she was brainwashed after years of psychological manipulation. Mia also explained why she never urged Cassie Ventura to leave Diddy, claiming that he used tracking devices on his ex-girlfriend's car. Defense lawyer Brian Steele picked up his cross-examination by showing Mia's own text messages to Diddy, many of them from years after she had left his payroll. One from May 2020 says, quote, "I will always be here for you in every capacity." Another one from August of that year, quote, "I love you with all my heart and I'm still here with you forever." Another one from July 2022, quote, "I love you." But Mia told jurors that those texts don't tell the full story and mask a much darker reality. She claimed that she was brainwashed. She said that Diddy was her authority figure, her only authority figure. She testified that when Diddy was happy, she was safe. She said that she knew Diddy's power and his wrath. The defense then asked Mia if she ever reported what she went through. She said no on a redirect and was asked to explain why. She testified, "Well, human resources only punished me unjustly." Then went on to say, "I wouldn't be believed. I would be wiped out. I would be abused, fired, and somehow made it look like I was a crazy person making everything up." Mia explained that she kept quiet and even shielded Cassie out of fear for their safety. She told the court, "He has stolen my phone many times. He's stolen Cassie's phone many times. He's put tracking devices on her car. I'm not sure what he was capable of. I was terrified." CNN's Kara Scannell was back inside the courtroom today, and she joins us now. Kara, the defense spent a lot of time questioning Mia about these text messages she sent to Combs, some of them very flattering in nature. What were they trying to prove?
Of course, they did present a number of text messages, about a dozen that she sent after she's no longer worked for Sean Combs. For over 6 years, she was continuing to message him. And they were trying to get at this idea that she has been testifying under direct examination and under cross that she was so scared of Combs, that he had physically abused her, that he had sexually assaulted her and raped her. And so they were asking her repeatedly and having her read these text messages to ask, why are you doing this? I mean, one of these messages is from August 2020. And she says, "I've also been thinking about you so much and feeling your pain. And just so you know, I love you with all my heart and I'm still here for you forever. We have so many hilarious ass memories and stories." So they're asking her, why did you send this message, among other ones where she texted him, "I love you," exclamation point, and many of these without being prompted by Combs. She was just sending them on her own. So they asked her, why were you doing this? And she said, "I was still brainwashed at the time." And she said also that she didn't understand what had happened to her until very recently. She said a number of times that she'd been in therapy. So the kind of the thrust of this here was just this incredulous questioning by the defense team, asking her how she could say all of these things and yet never do anything. And even at one point, Combs' lawyer had said to her, brought up what she'd said on direct examination, where she said at the time there was the Me Too movement had it happened that started after she no longer worked for Combs. So it wasn't really a place where a woman would be believed. And so they said to her, well, a number of these messages, including the most recent was from November 2023, wasn't that after the Me Too movement? And the lawyer said to her, well, it seems like you just got a lawyer so you can get on the Me Too money grab, which she was about to answer, but the judge had sustained an objection from the prosecution. And there were a lot of objections during this testimony, prosecutors standing up a number of times because they felt that he was asking, Combs' attorney was asking her questions that went beyond, that he was testifying himself. And this came up during a sidebar with the judge, where the judgment said, he thought that the lawyer's questions were fine to the extent that he was just putting them in the wrong form, but he said he was going to keep an eye to make sure that the lawyer wasn't just asking questions to try to get the question in the mind of the juror, even if it wasn't a proper question to ask the witness based on the way that it was formed.
And Kara, testimony is set to continue tomorrow with several more witnesses expected to be called, including a couple with links to Combs. Who are they?
Yes, so they're going to call someone who used to work for Bad Boy and Combs Enterprises. His name is Derek Ferguson, and he's in the finance department. This fits in because part of the government's theory in this case, the racketeering conspiracy, is that this was a criminal enterprise. And so they have been introducing evidence through a number of witnesses to suggest that Bad Boy and Combs Enterprise was paying for a number of these things to put it on the whole company working on this. I mean, even Mia testifying that she felt she couldn't go to HR because HR was just there to punish her and others and to promote and protect Combs. That is a theme of the government's case. And so he's going to be asked, I think, about the money trail when he's on the stand. And they're also said they're going to call this other witness, Brianna Bengalan, who is known as Anna. She has come up numerous times during the testimony. Cassie Ventura testified that Combs had dangled her over a balcony in Cassie Ventura's apartment. Anna had filed a civil lawsuit against Combs, which Combs denied, but she is a witness who is going to be a person who the jury has already heard a lot about in some of the testimony.
Kara Scannell, thanks so much for being here. Let's get some perspective now from our powerhouse legal team. We have trial attorney Monique Presley, who used to represent Bill Cosby, Jim Trusty, former chief of the DOJ's organized crime and gang section, used to represent President Donald Trump, and Shan Wu, defense attorney and former federal prosecutor. Great to be with all of you First to you, Shan. So Mia has been questioned for 3 days now, virtually the same amount of time that we saw Cassie Ventura on the stand for. What impact do you think she's going to have on an outcome of this trial?
Well, I think the reason we're seeing it up there is that the show that she don't actually have one. Like Ventura, she's also being convicted as a witness who is also working on it. And so that's a very important piece of foundation for the prosecution. Right? They still a lot of stuff to tie together, but they have to get this evidence out there. And I think it sounds like it's going to help this.
Compelling testimony that does overlap with some of the allegations of physical and sexual abuse that we've heard previously. Is there a risk that the prosecution is overlapping too much?
There's a risk in cases like this where the prosecution really has to be careful that the more impactful and salacious testimony doesn't go past the point of being probative versus prejudice, which can solve a lot of problems when you want to appeal when you get the conviction. It's a little hard to say. I mean, we're seeing objections from both sides a lot today. I think today's objections were more the prosecution trying to get a point to the jury that the defense was kind of being blown towards the victim. But they did have to be careful with that, and they have to really stay in the focus zone, making sure all this very impactful
Can I say something about the objections? Just it's been a trial and advocacy, I suppose. It is a difficult spot in front of the jury to have someone on the other side feel is drawing you into conflict of objections. Because in a sense, if you keep objecting, you're highlighting that you're scoring points. Sometimes the jury takes it the opposite way, like you're obstructing a logical course of questioning. So it's a real hard to figure out when do I just sit down and let it play out, when do I not? What I'm hearing from the report is that the judge is not being activist about shutting down the defense cross. If that's the case, you got to read the room as the prosecutor's waiting for just a few times where it's really critical to object. So I think that's an interesting kind of game within the game that's going on. The other thing I want to mention real quick, assault and sexual assault are not predicate crimes for RICOs. The charge of racketeering, influence, corrupt organization, the entity being all of Sean Combs' businesses and himself. So it's legally permissible but kind of factually tricky. I think what this is building, believe it or not, is a witness. It's not a victim. It's building towards an expert on human trafficking and sex trafficking to explain why someone like Mia would stick around, why Mia would still have this misplaced allegiance years later. And they're going to put it in the context of the psychological control that happens in human trafficking cases. So I think that's going to be a real interesting battle down the road. Is who comes in to tie these crimes together that are not actual RICO predicates, but will come together as a human trafficking or sexual trafficking.
Although the force aspect of that was still force and sex trafficking, so that have happened.
Right, but not the assault, not the victim per se. Part of the bigger picture.
Sex trafficking depends on who the victims actually supposed to be for sex trafficking. They spent the first few weeks of this case saying that it was Ms. Ventura, when to me it was always kind of obvious that there were others who they could probably get a better case out of. But I agree. Where's the beef is what we're going to need to know. They're trying to use the evidence you think that they're going to use. I think that's a huge problem because they're trying to put, again, someone on the stand to explain why people did think that they haven't evaluated, that they weren't treated. It's the same thing as prior expert that they hadn't tried to explain why Ms. Ventura would do things or not do things when she hadn't spent a day treating her, hadn't done an evaluation of her. That's highly unreliable, and juries are not dumb.
On that, this is the first prosecutor is a violence expert. As long as the expert isn't providing over the issue, saying this was wrong legally, I think it gives you a very framework to prosecutor to fit in with this and possibly explain this question of why did you.
It's fascinating to see the prosecution and some of the prosecutorial experience at one side and the defense together. I wonder what you make of the Jim describing about the difficulty in pushing.
Hey guys, I know you're all glad to see that I'm here, still I'm back and everything. Thank you all guys. I hope that, and that's live. It's probably gonna be going on all day. So we won't forget about this live, but also we want to see what's going on outside the courtroom and stuff like that. So it's 9:05 here. I cannot believe I'm here at 9:05 sitting down in the chair. I cannot believe it. Y'all know why. I cannot believe it. Oh my Lord. I am pulled off the most. Thank you all for being here though. So let's see. Let me just pull this down for a moment. And I'm going to keep this live. I'm going to bring it caught up. We wasn't that far behind on it anyway. So we're going to keep this live to the side. Let me I didn't even pause it. Okay. Well, like I said, we're going to talk about KK. All right. We're going to talk about KK. KK is Christina Quorum. She's Diddy's right-hand woman. Okay. She was the director of his office, his executive office. So she's the one, if anything was to be set up, like the freak offs or anything like that, it'd have to come from Diddy himself or KK. That's what they call her, KK, for Christina Quorum. Okay, because first name K, last name K. Okay, and she was the one that was running Diddy's life for him. Whenever he can't step in and tell you what to do or how to do it or what needs to be done, she runs everything for him. She's his right hand. She worked for him, I think it's 8 years and everything. And I think she's on 3 of the lawsuits. I know one lawsuit's supposed to be with Little Rod, Rodney Jones. We went over that lawsuit months last year sometime. When it came out, Little Rod. I'm gonna probably go back and try to find his lawsuit so we can look at when she got in the lawsuit. If we have time, I'll go back and see when what was said about her in the lawsuit. Unless I find out before the end. Okay, but this is let me show you a picture of his right hand woman. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. I should wait now. I might have Christina's picture already sitting here somewhere. Oh, here she is. Oh, Lord, I already got it. That's Christina Quorum, his right-hand woman. Yes. She knew everything. Not a thing that went on without her. And nothing. So, yeah. So she knows a lot of secrets. And I wonder, my thing is, if you notice, you haven't seen her name on anything, right? When we had looked at this, her name wasn't on the list of 12. You don't hear her name in the courtroom. You don't hear her name brought up anywhere. Because I wonder, are they keeping her off to the side? And, because if she wasn't going to testify, she had the right to go in and out the courtroom, sit in there and listen to everybody. But because if she got made a deal with him and took a plea, she won't be in the courtroom, because you can't sit in the courtroom and you're going then excuse me, offered you a plea. Let me drink some of this warm lemon water. Y'all know I need it. I'm trying to see how hot it is. Oh, that's so good. Okay. But anyway, so if she have taken a deal, she will not be sitting in the courtroom listening to the other testimonies. People testifying, she will not. They'll bring her in when they need her. Or now, like I said, whatever, if this is not just Little Rod spoke of it in his lawsuit, I think even Cassie and somebody else. I have to see. We're going to have to look into that. But anyway, it looks like it's getting ready to rain, guys. It's getting dark out here. But so we're going to look into that. But also, I want y'all to watch this little video. But before you do, we're going to get into some of the things that happen inside the courtroom. Okay, we're going to break down this week 4. We're going to break it down a little bit. We haven't had that many people to testify already but for the few people that did testify, we're gonna do a break. We're gonna talk about it, okay? And then we're still gonna see what's going on outside the courtroom, okay? Hi TNT, thank you for being here this morning. I have not forgotten about you. I saw you come in. Impetitious, she's speaking to you, Sharon, and the chat. Thank you. Hi, Justice. Thank you for coming in, Justice. I'm so glad to see you. I'm glad to see everybody. I love seeing you all. Let me finish this and just hold on, Justice. The fourth, so we're gonna get into this fourth week. Sean Diddy Combs, his trial. We're just into day 2 of this week, Tuesday, June the 3rd. Okay. So we're going to talk about, because this week it was, this week just started yesterday. They was finishing up with Mia, and she had the defense going off on her. I said they was just riding her big time. Okay. She tried to give the best testimony she could, and I think she stood firm and strong in her state. I think she was strong. Okay, y'all have to excuse me. I'm trying to move stuff around and move my little notebook around. Okay, he drilled her over the text messages and stuff about how you can send somebody for their birthday every year, how much you appreciate them and how much you thank them for giving them their job and everything else, saying so bubbly. You have to, that's your boss. And then if you're being brainwashed and controlled and you're trying to protect yourself, that's one way to stay on his good side. Do what everybody else do. They send it to you. And then the public, like she said, everybody see that. So you're going to stay face too. I got to say this because if I don't say nothing at all, then he's going to be calling me. He's going to be wanting to know what's going on and threatening me again. So I just got to say face. Most narcissists, people like that, and we dealt with this before when it came to, the demon boy from Love and Marriage Huntsville. And you see other narcissists. And then even the one from Atlanta Housewife, Drew is going through a divorce right now with hers. Narcissist. But anyway, you have to say things to appease them. You got to stroke their energy. Stroke their energy and make them feel good. Make them think that you like them. And some people, I don't know whether you like me, but whether you like me or not, I like you. I hope that he liked me. I hope that he liked me. Who always, we ain't going to say his name. Okay, y'all know who I'm talking about, the orange man. Everybody got to like him. If you don't like him, you in for it. If you ever say, I don't like you, I'm not saying that. But if he heard that somebody don't like him, he wants to come at you. You see what I'm saying? So he's an old person too. Always want to know if he like me, I like him. But if he like me, or if he don't like me, I'll still do. It's like, man, those the only words that you know. And see, that's the same thing with Diddy. You got to like him. You got to stay on his good side so you can stay off the radar half of the time. And even when you're on his good side and on the radar, you're still going to get it. No matter what you do, you're going to get it. But at least you try to lay low for a couple of days. Lay low for a couple of hours. Don't call my name. So you have to put yourself out, and everybody testified about the same thing. You can't say no to him. And then his people will be reaching out to everybody, be reaching out to you, security and this person and that person. Why you didn't send him a happy birthday gift? Got to send him this. You got to send him that. It's like, somebody hell of a liar. Oh, Lord. I also found out today was it last night or today? But anyway, another person that said no to him, not just Cat Williams, not just who else said, a few other celebrities said no. Guess who else said no to him? A female from the group TLC. You know, the one that not here right now. She went on a trip to get away. I ain't gonna call names. Y'all know who I'm talking about. You know her name, you can put in the chat. She went on the trip to get away, to refine herself, recenter herself with her crew, and everybody walked out of the car, accident, walking, and she was the only one that wasn't walking. Isn't that about something? Who do that sound like? Angela Stone. So many other people. I mentioned yesterday, I asked everybody, do they remember, what's his name? Bernie Mac. Bernie Mac don't want to have nothing to do with certain things. He didn't want to get into all that. Once he saw where it was coming from and where it's leading to, he backed away from that. Bernie Mac was a man. He ain't fooling with that. He just want to do his stand-up and he just want to do what he's supposed to do. TLC, on the other hand, they were signed, like artists. I'm not, Lord, I'm going to be quiet. I'm not going to say no name, but they were signed by this label. A certain person at the top, certain people always down in the middle, too, supposed to be at the top. And the record made $75 million. The album made $75 million. Guess how much they got? $50,000. No, I didn't say $500,000. I didn't say $500,000. I did not say a 5 zeros and so. I said 50. Cut it short, like 50,000, 50K, 3 women and a group. They got the hit, right? $50,000. You know how many records they have to sell and albums they got to do to even get to $1 million? That's the work they put off and almost drive themselves crazy to trying to get to $1 million. But the people at the top had it all. They had it all. They got all that money. So everybody else, they let them know that they wasn't. You can't play with me. So when they got together, because Left Eye went to jail from doing whatever she did to her boyfriend's house or whatever. But anyway, she has been in jail one time. Went to jail, but that didn't stop her. She got some of her crew that went to jail, that she met in jail, and said, "We're gonna take this. They're gonna give me some answers. I want my money." So she got all her crew up, and then the rest of the TLC, Chilla and everybody else, and then they go up to they fly to get there, get in the car, then drive on there to the big man. I ain't saying his name. Starts with a C. Starts with an N with a D. I ain't saying his name. And Diddy, the Diddler, they was in a meeting together when they got there. They didn't ask no questions. They just marched on in the door. They had somebody in the car waiting and a limo at that. And then they had somebody standing at the door as a watch out. And then they had the people with them. They came up in there, want to know where's the money. Somebody better get there explaining, which is to left out. You better get to explaining where's the money. They at the time they had a CD, pulled it out and everything. And CD didn't do nothing. They told Diddy to get out. Yes, they did. Told him to get out. No kidding, guys. That's why I said not every woman is afraid of them. But anyway, but sad news. You know what happened to her? They CD said leave them alone. They went through the office, taking down everything that belongs to their plaques, their pictures, their awards, anything that belongs to them. Took them and left. Nobody said anything. He told them to leave them alone. Don't mess with them. He told them to fix their contract. They made a little extra money, but Left Eye still wasn't satisfied because trickery was going on with the money. And you know what? They still did their thing though. But all of a sudden, the one and she didn't leave it alone even after they started getting a little money, but they still was broke because she said they're broke. How is it they made $75 million off their album and we broke? You don't supposed to take all of the money, do you? And leave us broke. But anyway, we're going to get back to the trial. But I'm just bringing this up because I brought up Bernie Mac. He's got pneumonia and no longer here. Big healthy man. He just wanted to do his thing, but he didn't want to play the ball game with him. He didn't want to dribble the ball. He didn't want to smash the balls. So you see, that's why he got pneumonia. People in Hollywood get pneumonia. People in the industry get pneumonia. If they don't get pneumonia, they get on these weird car accidents where everybody in the crew, everybody with them, get out walking, but then the artist, don't make it. That don't make any sense to me. They just don't make it. Right after because she kept asking a lot of questions, kept speaking out, and kept voicing her opinion. She wasn't satisfied, and I don't blame her. I understand that not being satisfied. So let's while I want to show you another video right quick, but before we do that, today is the 3rd. This video is 7:21 a.m. this morning. Okay. This is News Nation, so they can catch us up with what's going on today. And let me go ahead and play this video right quick. And Justice, if you want to come up, you got some tidbits you want to drop, you're welcome to come up. If you want to come up, I still got Christina KK picture up here. I forgot she was up here. KK, you stayed up here a long time. I forgot I had a picture up here. Ain't that about something? Because I'm getting ready to play this next video to keep us on track. And it's not that long, guys. It's not that long. Okay. Because I'm going to play this video so I can drink some of because I don't want it to get too cold. And then as soon as it finished, then we'll go into the some of the testimony from Mia too. And then we still got to see what's going on outside. We ain't going to forget that. I'm not going to forget it, guys. Okay. My little hair on my chin. A video of do I want to play this video again? Let me just play it. This is a video. We're gonna go ahead and play it. Oh, oh, I'm gonna get rid of this mouse. Okay, okay. Oh, let me go back. This News Nation. I know we've seen it probably. Okay, wait.
Pinkie,
Good morning,
I'm good. I'm
Justice.
good.
How
I was
you
hanging up
doing?
a wind chime. Uh-huh.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I can hear it now. I'm gonna go ahead and
I'm
mute you while
finished.
you
I'm
hang that
finished.
up, okay? Or
No,
mute
no, I'm
yourself while you
finished.
hang it up.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Go ahead and say good morning or anything before I start this video. Anything you like to say before I get this
Well,
video
I was
started?
listening to you talking about Mia and how the defense rode her like a Hebrew slave, and they did.
Woo,
Yes, yes, yes. But I felt so discouraged at that moment, but I went back and I listened to everything and I went through. The state has still proved their case, and today they bringing in his CEOs or CCOs, the ones who was running the company, his company. They
talking
bringing
about
them in.
they're bringing
The
in
Diddler,
Christina and stuff.
whoever it is that was running the company, bringing in two of them, and they are filing the money now. They checking the
Oh,
money. They filing the
okay.
money. Was you using company money? What? Well, how are you paying for this, that, and the other? These illegal things. Did you do tax? And you know the IRS sitting on the sideline counting every dime.
Right. Oh, they sitting there looking at the money.
Yeah, yeah. So
They got to get their share.
yeah, and see the purpose of this here about the money is where
Mm,
they got to show that this money, his money from the company enterprise, was used
mhm.
corruptly, crooked. That way,
Yeah.
the state takes your assets. When they win their case, they take everything you got.
Yep, they do.
All that stuff that you acquire, boats, planes, houses, land, all this stuff become assets because it was bought with crooked criminal
Crooked.
money.
And that's
Hmm.
all. They taking it back from you.
That's right. That's
IRS,
right.
you love to take your money.
That's right. That's right. And the state of New York don't take that, but the IRS say you gonna owe us because you didn't pay taxes. You had millions of dollars coming. That you remember when cause not what's her name? I can't think of her name. Capricorn. When Capricorn
Capricorn.
testified
Yeah,
that they was on the plane and he handed her all them money to count after
right.
he left Africa. Well,
Mm-hmm.
IRS want to know, okay, where that money went and where did it come
Where's
from? What
it at?
goods did you, what you buy, what you sold, how you get that money? Where's the tax on that money? So, it's he and still in hot water. And just because
Mhm.
the defense acted a fool with Mia, that don't stop nothing. The case of RICO and racketeering has already been proven through
Mhm.
Cassie, through the sex slaves, through the
Do the
hired help.
SEX.
Oh,
Do the SEX. I got my
The
second.
SE,
Let me just say
yeah,
everybody
yeah,
so
yeah,
everybody can hear. The
yeah,
second channel, Pink
through
Global
the
is on here. It's
SEX
not
people. Yeah,
monetized. Yeah.
yeah,
So we can't
yeah,
do that SEX and just be saying it because I'm gonna have to
yeah,
I
yeah.
have to take the video down off Pink
Oh yeah,
Global.
yeah. Through
Yeah.
the SEX people, they proved that,
Okay.
and they also proved arson, Kid Cudi. They also
Yeah.
proved
All right.
kidnapping, Capricorn. And
Capricorn.
Cassie would not let her leave that hotel when on that tape when he beat her.
Right.
She was trying to get out, but you held
Mm-hmm.
her against her will.
Right.
That's kidnapping. Also bribery. When you talk to the head of security at the hotel and said, "I give you 50,000 for that tape," that's
Mm-hmm.
bribery. You bribing a legal state official because he was a legal security for the
Right.
United States working. I mean, for New York working in that
Mm-hmm.
New York hotel.
Yep. He sure
So they
was.
got him on all that there. But they think the defense thinks, see what they tried to do, the whole purpose in messing with Mia, because she's broken. She
Right.
just had the courage to go forth and say, let me tell it. Let me tell what I can. But what they did is they used her to try to sway the jury, to try to sway
Mm-hmm.
the public. They use her to give big platforms something to say, like, oh, she was lying, so he didn't do that. He not guilty. Yeah, he guilty of RICO. He guilty of racketeering. He guilty of arson. He guilty of kidnapping. He guilty of all that stuff that's already been proven. That's
Yeah.
already been proven. So whatever you did to make her go, they triggered her. They triggered her. The man was hollering. The
Yeah.
CC in the courtroom said he was hollering. And so that triggered her because that's what Diddy did. See, Diddy already know how to break her. So he telling the lawyer, start screaming at her, start talking, just confuse her. She weak-minded. So that's what they did. And she's already hurt and broken and living in fear and shame and guilt and
Right.
all this stuff. And so they knew how to play her. But she just didn't, I don't think she was prepped good, really. Because I think the state should have took her and told her, look, when you feel scared, just say, I don't know. When you
Right.
feel whatever you feel like you feel threatened, say, I don't know. You don't have to answer nothing you don't want. They didn't prep her good enough, I think. But that proves something. Anybody that's going to lie on you would have had a real good lie where every piece fit together. So she wasn't lying. She was just telling the truth because she couldn't lie. She couldn't fix it up and make it pretty. She just,
No.
didn't you? I thought, and then one of the CC said that the attorney defense say, well, what you do when you found out that Cassie had sued him? What, you call her on the phone and say, me too? Like, that's not the Me Too movement. For me to call you up and say, Pinkie, me too? No. It means I have went through the same thing you went through. It means I had the same struggle. I feel the pain you it was just, they humiliated her.
Right.
They low-rated her.
Right.
They degraded her. They just made her look like she was just up there lying. But she wasn't. She wasn't lying. She just didn't know how to fight because he had already beat the fight out of her, Pinkie.
Right. For Brian, that Steele defense attorney to do that. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
He, when you tell a victim that you're lying, that you made this up, and why you do this and why you do that, they don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
She's probably getting it already from since she testified. And any family member that's watching this, they know that although she didn't have to tell them, they can know, oh, that's my child. They're talking about my child. They're talking about my cousin, my niece. Well, that's my grandchild.
One of the CCs say, one of the CCs say he told her right there in the courtroom, you know, people say you a BIT. You know that's what they call you, a crazy BIT. You know that, don't you? You know that, and the judge say, rephrase. And they say the judge gonna have to take full control of his courtroom.
Wait, hold on for 1 second, Justin. Let me welcome Just for the Facts in. And Just for the Facts, since you haven't came up before, let me just have you to, let me see you. Won't nobody see you but me. Can you take your avatar down so I can see you first? Anybody that when they knew and never came up before, I always ask that question because can you, just for me, if you can hear me, can you let me see your face first before I bring you up? Just remove your avatar. Nobody can see you but me. You're in the green room, what we call the green room. So if you are trying to come up, I can bring you up, but I do need to see your face because you haven't been up before. Let me just say that just for me, thank you for coming in. And I know you want to come up, but if you've never been up on the panel, I always ask for a person to show me their face. Not just for you, just for the facts, just the facts. Thank you for being here. I have paperwork to prove Diddy has been snitching. Oh, okay. Oh, preparing your client for a testimony is not allowed. Okay, just for me, I would love to have you to come on up, try to come on back up, but just remember, won't nobody see your face but me. I just need to see who you are first, because the reason why I do that, because in the past, people would come up and show me nude pictures, their nude body. While they're in the middle of I know you're probably not doing that. I just need to verify who you are. That's all. And then once you verify who you are, you're good. All right. And I do appreciate you coming in. So try to come back in before the day is while you're here this morning. All right. So let me just tell you what. Let me go ahead and get with this video here, and then it's only 4 minutes long. And then while we're doing that, and then we still got to check outside the courthouse and see what's going on. It's always so much fun seeing those people outside the courthouse. And yesterday, we went over the paperwork here. We went over this yesterday. Diddy's sealed indictment to see whether the United States versus the Diddler have proved their case. And to me, after we went over all this, which we have suspected that anyway, the case was already proved. But after going over all the charges and we digging into some of the charges and this and that, and then while watching one of the major news outlet, whether they proved their case, when I got to 4, I said yes. But I knew you only need to have 2 to prove RICO. And 4, and then when I got to 5, I just stopped counting. So of course, and we went through it together here, through the paperwork and the slideshow on it. And that was good to do that. But there's another set of slides I do want to bring up to you. We're gonna, if it's not today, it's gonna be tomorrow. The slideshow with Christine KK, his right-hand woman, because we want to see who all brought her into their lawsuit. Why? KK is in 3 of them, and we want to know exactly who brought them in. And I think is Little Rod was one of them, and I think the Cassie was one, but I can't remember the other person. And I got to look through my paperwork and see who was that other person. I got a wild guess who it is. And
I thought it was Capricorn when she said that she had contacted let him know, hey, he mistreating Cassie, and next thing she know, he was upside her head.
Oh, it could be Capricorn.
I think it was her.
Okay, I'm going to look into that. If it's not Capricorn, there's a 2 more names I'm thinking, but I want to pull their paper, their docs just to see, because I want to pull their docs just to see, because I got them. I just they're from last year or beginning of this year, when they raided his house or when they arrested him. That's when I got all those. Let me put y'all talk while we're gonna listen to this while I answer this phone call. Okay.
Fame and fortune and help shape an
Hello?
entire genre. Today he's remembered just as much as an abuser of women. His name was Ike Turner, and his genre was rock and roll, and his victim was his wife and collaborator, Tina Turner. Today, Ike Turner is worth remembering because there is another music pioneer in the news who also rose to fame and fortune, who also helped shape an entire genre, and who similarly may also end up being remembered for his mistreatment of women. His name is Sean P. Diddy Combs. His genre is hip-hop, and his alleged victim is his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, though she could be one of many. Diddy has been making the wrong kind of headlines this year, as it was revealed he's the target of an ongoing sex trafficking investigation and multiple civil lawsuits alleging a wide variety of abuses, including sexual assault. The feds raided his multi-million-dollar homes in California and Florida back in March. The music mogul has denied any wrongdoing and denounced the lawsuits as baseless money grabs. Mr. Combs certainly deserves his day in court and a presumption of innocence, but it is hard to deny the behavior that's caught on video and that is making news today. CNN released new footage of the rapper completely unhinged, allegedly assaulting his ex-girlfriend. It appears to show Diddy wrapped in a towel as he runs down a hotel hallway and then violently grabs and throws his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura to the ground. He kicks her as she appears lifeless and then drags her away. Moments later, he picks up a vase and throws it at her. Allegedly, this all happened back in March, of 2016 at the now closed Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. Even more horrific is what the video doesn't show. Ventura settled a lawsuit with Diddy this past November that accused him of assault, noting in detail the incident. According to her complaint, Diddy was extremely drunk that night, and before the events in the video, he punched her in the face, giving her a black eye. She says she tried to leave when he went to sleep, but he woke up and chased after her, leading to the violent assault at the hotel elevator. Joining me now is Derek Parker, a former New York City Police Department detective known as the Hip Hop Cop. His book, Notorious C.O.P., tells the inside story of his days with the NYPD Rap Intelligence Squad, investigating some of the biggest criminal cases in rap history, including 2 of Diddy's cases in the 1990s, one of which was the infamous shooting at a Manhattan club that involved his then-girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez. Derek, it's great to have you here. I gotta get your reaction to the video.
Wow, when I saw the video, I was very shocked. I was like, this adds credence to what Cassie was saying in the lawsuit, that she said that Diddy was very violent with her. So this really hurts him. It hurts him. Not only is there's going to be a real public outcry about this video, and it's already taking effect right now, because I know a lot of people are calling in and talking about it, how graphic it is.
What we're seeing mirrors almost exactly the claims in Cassie's lawsuit she filed against him, accusing him of sex trafficking and abuse. Combs settled with her 1 day later, reportedly for a lot of money, and issued a statement saying it was all lies. This proves, doesn't it, that what he said is in fact a lie?
Yeah, this is going to hurt him, especially with the ongoing federal investigation that's going on right now. This is definitely going to hurt him. The government's definitely looking at this, and I'm sure that they're going to look further, and this may excel his case. His case might be moved up fast.
What happened? It just stopped?
Once upon a time, there was a music pioneer who rose to fame and
How did that happen?
and helped shape.
Yeah, it just switched.
Today, he's remembered just.
I mean, it just switched to them. Let me see what's going on.
Have you ever seen the
She was in the middle of asking somebody a question, and it just flipped over. Let me I'm gonna take this banana peel. I'm trying to eat my breakfast while we're sitting here. Let me see what's going on. Because she was in the middle of, I'm gonna try to get it back to where she was talking to that one guy. Oh, well. I don't know how that happened, guys, but we ain't gonna worry about that. Okay? Let me just put this here down somewhere so I won't forget it. Let me just put it on my my board so I won't forget it. And guys, I know it cut out on us. So if you want to watch that video, y'all know where to go find it is below my video in my description box. So if you ever need to go back and try to watch it, you can. I'm just gonna make a note. I'm just making notes right quick. I'm not writing, but I'm so I know where this information came from. Justice, on that video, before I move on that video, is there anything that you want to mention or say?
No. I'm just listening.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Let me just get this. So we will be talking about some new people that's supposed to be coming on trial. I think one person's supposed to be on trial on the stand today. It is Sylvia Oki. She's a hotel custodian in charge of sales and marketing at the Beverly Hills Hotel in Los Angeles. Now, before that, she was also in charge of booking for clients in the entertainment industry. In the entertainment world, she was the one that booked them. Okay, I guess because they want things done a certain way, and they have special things that they do and needs. We already know that. So I'm just trying to get things situated so I can close this out. In order to close it out, I got to make sure I keep my notes. So y'all just have to be patient with me right quick. Here's next. Okay. I got it. I got it all done, guys. Pulling it out of the way. Okay. Now, let me take this out now. Let me see. They got all kind of footage here. Let me just see. Okay, we already seen that little sad video of him talking about how sorry he is, and he never did apologize to her. So I don't need to see that anymore. So we're going to take that one out. Now, before we go on, I do want to say, let's see what's going on outside the courthouse before we get started. Eddie Garcia is another person. Oh, I'm glad I clicked on it in my notes here. Eddie Garcia is expected to be a witness in the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial. Okay, this week. He may be on the stand today, but this week. He was a security supervisor at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles, where a video was recorded showing Combs attacking Cassie on the floor, near the elevator in 2016. Garcia is expected to testify after this incident, particularly on the immunity. Oh, so
Yeah, he need immunity because it's illegal to accept a bribe.
yeah,
So
it is.
Yeah, so he needed immunity.
Because then somebody get $50,000.
50,000.
Yeah. So he's testifying under immunity, meaning he won't be prosecuted for anything he says on this stand, as long as he is testifying truthfully. If you lie,
Right.
you're
You going to jail. That's right.
Can't even slip up and make a lie and then try to correct it.
You can't get in there.
You heard that lie.
Yeah, you can't get in there and look at him and get scared.
Can't get scared. Most can't get scared when they get in there. You got to be ready to tell the truth.
You got to tell it.
Just don't even look at it. Don't go in there dapping and nodding and winking and quicking at him. You can't go in there doing that. You got to go in there being yourself.
Yeah, and know that I don't want to go to jail like he is, so I'm gonna tell it. Forget you did. I'm gonna tell it.
Because if he go to jail and you go to jail, ooh Lord, you're gonna get them plugs up your butt all day long.
All day long. Oh Lord.
So he have to tell the truth on the stand. He previously invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, but has since received an immunity deal. He did right. Somebody better tell him.
Yes.
Then should you be going down, Eddie Garcia, who worked in security at the Intercontinental Hotel, is expected to take the stand this morning. This morning. As prosecution next witness in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecution says yesterday that they expect to question Garcia for about 90 minutes. So let's go ahead on over to the courthouse, huh?
Yep.
And see how things are wrapping up. So that means we got to go where the courthouse is at. So that's where we're getting ready to go. And don't forget the other person. I don't know whether this person is going to testify. I got who is Sylvia Oakley.
I forgot to ask you, Pinkie. Did you hear that one of the sons just received his papers from American Express where they suing you? They had
Wait.
been sending him the bill and everything, but now they have legally set up a lawsuit against that lookalike boy.
Oh, the lookalike.
Yeah.
Wait
Yep.
now, that part again, because I know you said they send him mail, and what's in the mail?
Yeah, they had been sending him letters. Hey, you owe us collection. You owe us about that car. Well,
Oh,
now they done filed a lawsuit on him.
is that
Yep,
car?
that car. Yes, ma'am.
Let me tell you this. I was listening to a video last night, a phone call, allegedly from the Diddler himself,
Mm-hmm.
talking to one of his sons.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I told him, Dad, about that car.
Yeah. Well, he was talking to the young one who was saying, he said, what he gonna do by paying that car? And he said,
Right.
don't he see the HALL I'm going through here?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he said he's 30 years old or something. Let me see. Can I?
Yeah. Get his A out there and do something.
Let me see. Do I have that video?
Yeah.
Let me see, because I was listening to it last night, so I don't know that I
Mhm.
keep it. Let me. I'm looking for it right now because I would love to play it. Let me see. 'Cause I'm glad you brought it up because they was talking about the pizza boxes and stuff.
Yeah.
And how everything is quiet and they don't
Yeah.
hear nothing from
Yeah,
nobody.
he said, you ain't heard from Jay? Now, Pop, he goes.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly like he sounded. No,
That's right.
Oh, my Lord.
Uh-huh.
Y'all need to hear that. If y'all have not heard, put in the chat if you ever heard that video. Not audio, if you ever heard that audio.
Yeah, he directing him to get rid of evidence, too.
Mm-hmm. So you
Get
think
rid
the
of all the
boxes
pizza boxes.
and stuff, right? You think that's what he's what it was? The pizza
Yeah,
box?
they say them the CC say, you remember when that big stuff came up about the pizza place where the kids at? They were talking about Hillary, the ex-president's wife, talking about kids in pizza place and bringing people to the tunnel and all that. So that's what he's talking about.
Oh,
Get rid of the pizza boxes.
well, we need to hear that. I'm going to try to look through, guys, in my history and stuff and see can I find it while we are doing this here. Let me see how long is this recap. Oh, this recap is only through when did we hear this recap? I don't think we did. No, I don't think we heard this recap here. So we're gonna go ahead and listen to it right quick while I get some other stuff started.
Okay.
This video did just drop. I'm having to play. I'm playing it back on my that live where that man was talking. It just dropped out of nowhere.
Yeah.
As soon as he started talking. So I'm just going back, looking at it and see what happened. I don't know what I see him talking, and then the next minute he gone. I don't know what happened there. Okay, let me go ahead and just pull up one other thing. But also, I wonder whether Sylvia Oakley, as I mentioned, she's a custodian.
Mm-hmm.
At the she's a custodian in charge of sales and marketing at the hotel. And yeah, that's what she does. And at the hotel in Los Angeles, and before that she was in charge of the booking for the clients for the entertainment industry. And so my eyes, I'm trying to figure out whether she gonna testify today or whether when they're gonna bring KK out, unless they just holding her for the big finale. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because she is part of that organization. When they call Diddy's place they called it on here. I mean, his heck, let me
It's Enterprise.
Enterprise, Combs
Yeah.
Enterprise.
Yeah.
They said,
Yeah, she part of the Enterprise.
right. They said it. The defendant operated his business headquarters at various times in Manhattan, Los Angeles, under a variety of United States-based corporation entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprise, Combs Global, collectively the Combs business. Corporate entities in the Combs business include, among other things, record labels, recording studios, apparel lines, alcohol businesses, a marketing agency, a television network, and a media company. But that's all under Sean Combs businesses. Yeah. And no matter what name he was going by, aka Puff Daddy, aka P Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love. And we went over the 3 counts. Racketeering, conspiracy was that first count. The second count, so we stay on target of when we hear anything today. The second count was sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, and that was for victim 1. And we know who victim 1 was, Cassie. And then for count 3, transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay, so we went over those all yesterday. So let's see who's on. We're going to get this one little video started, and then we're going to see who's on this stand today. Okay. Let me see. Let me just make sure I put this in there. I think I did. Okay, now I can delete it. Okay. Before we do that, let me just say this on Diddy. From yesterday for week 4 of the Combs trial. You know, Mia was continuing her testimony from last week. She did 2 whole days of last week that was torture for her, that poor girl. And then she did it again on Monday. I don't think she could have took much. But anyway, on week 4 of the testimony picks up at insurance trial with his assistant. Purpose of this proceedings was first to take the stand, finishing her 3rd day of testimony. The hip-hop mogul has been charged with XEX, trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, like we just said, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He maintains his innocence, and I must say, Sean is guilty. Is innocent until proven guilty. Oh, my Lord, say it right, Pinkie. Sean Diddy Combs is innocent until proven guilty. Let me see. Hi, Miss Missy. Thank you for being here. Pinkie and Justice, happy Tuesday. What a beautiful day in New Jersey. Oh, you're in New Jersey. How's the weather in New Jersey? How's the weather where you are, Justice?
Oh, it's hot. It's hot. We're going to be all the way up to 90-some degrees this week, the whole week. And then we got 40% chance of rain. Mm-hmm. And we in the tornado hurricane season right now. So everybody prepare. Get your goodies. Have plenty of water on hand. We don't know. They say the ocean is hot. So it's good ground for a tornado to spring off at any time. So be prepared.
Well, I believe that. We're in tornado season. And this morning time, it's just 10 a.m. here. And it's dark. It's looking like it's going to rain. Like we get ready to get rain. Who's these people walking? This man, this big old truck and workers blocking my whole coming into my driveway. Walk up the driveway. They can walk up all they want. I'm going to just look at them on the camera for 1 second, guys. Justice, talk about something good until I come back. I'm
Okay,
just gonna go
okay,
look on the camera and see what they doing.
okay.
Okay,
All right.
because I
Yeah.
don't know these folks.
Word on the YouTube streets is that they are going to get Mama Combs. Word on the YouTube streets, she the money woman, and they are going to get her. They're gonna get her for handling all that money, taking all them people's stuff without reporting through the government, millions of dollars through people's labels and catalogs that ain't showing up on correct books and stuff. And she a part of this stuff. It has been in testimony that she sat there and watched him and critiqued him on how to handle Cassie in an intimate situation. You doing it too, you too nice. You too, that ain't right. She was just all up in there. And they did a special on going back and did his life.
Okay.
And they went back to, yeah. Pinkie, I was just finna tell him there's a video where they went back in his life when he was a little boy. And he was
Hitler?
yeah. And he made a statement himself in one interview that he became intimate with women at 12.
Oh yeah, I heard that. That must be the
Mm-hmm.
same video. Let me just say,
Mm-hmm.
they're still standing on my porch for it's two Hispanic guys standing on my porch.
They must be there for your hubby.
You can, yeah. Well, hubby ain't here right now, and they
Well,
just looking. You know, the glass, the house door is
yeah.
glass. You can see right through it. He can just see right through the door.
Yeah. Do you need to call hubby and let him know that they there?
Because let me
And then he can call them and let them know I'll be there in 10 minutes or 5 minutes or come back later.
because I ain't got time, and I ain't. Let me go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Go ahead, Justice.
Okay. Well, Diddy spoke out in an interview he did and say he was intimate. He started having, you know what, when he was 12 years old. Well, okay, we understand that. You probably had it before then because you grew up in the brothel. She was running a brothel. She was a madam. She was over women. That's why she dressed the way she do. That's why she talked. That's why he saying Ma Duke, Mama Duke. I mean, that's the same thing Little Scrappy called his mama, Mama Duke, because she ran a brothel. She ran a HOE house. Well, Diddy mama did too. He grew up like that. And then some of his old childhood friends were interviewed and they said it was nothing to walk in their house, open up a door and see people doing the do in his house. And they was kids in elementary school. And you could see all of this as an elementary school child. That let you know this man's mind is warped. Is warped. And then they say they wondering if it's not something very intimate going on with her and him as she was teaching him how to do this and that, teaching him what to do. And then they say part of his mental issue is the fact that he's a Tootsie Roll. You know, when they put that out, when Capricorn said just the size of a Tootsie Roll, well, that's a thorn in his side.
Okay, thank you, Justice.
Yes, ma'am.
Guys. Okay, they're gone.
Mm-hmm.
But you got the and see, and then I got people all on the outside of my bricks. You know, the stone wall.
Mm-hmm.
The cutting the grass all outside because I told you I got the big stone wall around me.
Yeah.
That's 6 feet tall, and I'm sorry. And see, I can see them. I can see them. They're working, but these here came up. They coming up in their own truck. I don't know what they're coming up for.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, coming up on your porch, and then just one laying his hand up like this here, the other one laying like this against the thing, the other brick pillar, and they both looking up into the. You can see right through the house. I don't know what you want, but you ain't getting up in here because I I see you coming. That's why y'all saw me doing this here. That's why I'm coming. I can see the top of the truck coming along, but I couldn't see the truck until they pass and get near the driveways and stuff. And then you're parking right in the front of my driveway. So that must mean you coming here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So and I was watching them, trying to watch inside, look inside. I'm watching them. Okay. So thank you on that. And then I think I seen that video with Diddy. I think we're talking about the same video. Growing up and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where his classmates say they used to go over to his house. They was elementary school kids. Go to his house, and you open up a door, you can see anything.
Anything. And Mama wasn't she claimed she was something, but she wasn't. She was a madam.
Yeah, I'm talking about she was a model agency.
Right, a modern agency. And she was a madam. And
that's why I was just telling your chat. That's why he called her. Remember when he was doing that drip together, he said, "It's Maudu."
Right.
Well, that's the same thing Scrappy called his mama. And she had a brothel too, Mama Duke.
Mama Duke. Oh,
that's
my
right.
God. I'm so glad Strappy actually calls his Mom Dukes.
That's right. Because they both was in the business.
Oh, my Lord.
You don't call a female a PIMP. You call her Mama Duke.
Oh, Lord. That was good. I'm glad. I'm glad you said that. I'm just throwing this up so I can take my medicine. I'm so glad you said that. You bringing it back to life for me. I didn't think about that.
That was. And she say she ran her thing. I had to do it. He say I grew up around. That was Scrappy say I grew up around all of this here. And she said I had to do what I had to do.
Right. He did always say he had to grow up around it.
That's right. That's right. And look how off he is. You know, off center.
Yeah.
He ain't more controlled than this fool, but you can tell the effect that have on little children growing up in that kind of stuff. Look how he treat women. Look how Scrappy treat women. Now look at how the Diddler treat women.
Oh, the same.
Diddler probably worse.
Baby mamas.
Yeah. Diddler probably worse because Mama physically taught him. So you had to inhale, exhale with her.
And do the freak offs.
And that's why Gene Deal say his co-worker was telling him, he slapped his mama, he hit his mama. Right. He hit all his women. Every woman so don't that tell you something right there? Right. Ain't no difference ain't no difference to him between his mama and his woman. He beat his mama, he beat his women. He beat his women, he beat his mama. Make me ask the question, is your mama your woman?
Or do she act like it sometimes?
Or was she it when you was a kid?
But I don't think, I'm going to say, none of this is related to Scrappy.
No.
Right. None at all. But I will say, he have never been related to or accused of any of this stuff. And I don't think he would do any of this stuff. I never heard of anything like this with him. To me, he's a solid guy on the what do you call it? On the reality show. So we're not putting blame here at all, but let's go ahead and go live outside the court. Oh, they got mics set up. When they do mics set up, they be looking for somebody to speak. You know that? When they got a mic set up, and this is live too. They got the mic set up, and I'm so glad we're getting some beautiful days. This is a live, guys. So this is the same. This is with Law and Order with Jesse Weaver. Y'all know I love seeing him. And then the young lady that works with him, doing those lives that he be doing from the courthouse. Let me give her name is Elizabeth Miller. She's the co-despondent, co-host of the co-despondent, I guess, from the courthouse. She's the one that goes inside the courtroom. But anyway, and bring us the news. Hi, Gemini. Thank you for coming in. Oh, replay already. Use my replay game, but we're doing live, Gemini. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to show you this live. I'm going to make it big so y'all can see it, but it is live outside the courthouse today again. And one thing I like about this live that we did, let me just pull this up first. One thing I like about this live when I do their live is you get a chance to see over to the side what's going on from Inner City Press. Okay? Inner City Press. Y'all see this is live outside the courthouse right now. And they give in that red box, it tells you what's going on. Sometimes that red box will be going fast. So if you see anything, right now it said AUSA, the government calls Eddie Garcia. That's the name I mentioned earlier. Did I just say Eddie Garcia? Let me see what I said. I said Eddie Garcia's. Remember this morning? Okay. Well, guys, I did. I said Eddie Garcia's. Let me take it down and tell you who he.
Yeah, I remember you said that, Pinkie. I think you said somebody he is security.
Yeah, he's something. Let me just see. I got it pulled up on somewhere. It was on one of my things. Eddie Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember where I had it at. Ooh,
Google his name. If you got your other computer there, Google his name.
Okay. But Eddie Garcia's. I just read it this morning. I got it in a little statement, a little thing that okay. Let me see. No, where did I put it? Oh my Lord. I just read it. I wrote it down. You know how I always take a note or put it on my computer for me for later? Or, well, as soon as I figure it out, we ain't gonna worry about it. As soon as I figure it out. But Eddie Garcia, we'll just see whether they got the whole information on Eddie. Eddie Garcia. What did I say? I can't remember. What did you say I said, Justice?
You said that, I think you said Eddie Garcia, he is a chief security of that hotel in
Hotel Intercontinental
Hotel
in Los Angeles.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So so Eddie Garcia, the government calls Eddie Garcia's. Where did you work on the days in question? Garcia, the Intercontinental Hotel. I was told there was an incident involving Sean Combs, AUSA. Do you see him here? Combs still asks. Combs, that's still. That means his person asking. You said we stipulate so Steele will be doing crows. Wait now. Do you see him here? So if Steele is doing the crows.
Yeah, he asking him.
He just hasn't answered.
Yeah, he asking him, do you see him? What were you doing? I heard it was something about Diddy. Do you see him here?
And he just haven't got the answer yet because it stopped right there. Okay.
Yeah, they just do it like that so the jury know that he know who he talking about. He talking about the defendant.
Right. The one sitting right over there.
Yeah, and point him out.
Point him out. An old man.
Yeah.
Huh?
Point him out. Point your finger at him.
Huh?
I told him to point his finger at him.
Right. There you go. There he is right there. Sharon, let me see. Gemini. Let me just say something about Gemini right quick. I want to say a thank you to Gemini. I hope you can, you're still in the chat, Gemini. Gemini gave me a $15. Where's my phone? She gave me $15 doing the replay. It was a replay that she was watching on yesterday of my trial. Okay, so she did a read. She was part of the replay game, and while she was part of that replay game, she asked me for my Cash App, and I was in the car with my daughter. We was going out to eat. She asked me for it, and I signed it to her. So she gave me $15. I received $15. So because of that, I need to do our money sum. So there's nothing going on right now. It's 11:17. So they're still on trial. I mean, they're still on the stand. They're not at lunch yet. So because they're not at lunch, I'm going to take it down for 1 second so I can do my money sum for Gemini. Thank you, Gemini. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate that. I was so happy to see that. I said, "Oh my Lord," that I like that. That makes me see that people do appreciate my content, do appreciate being supporting my channel and everything, my channels, should I say. So I do want to say that. I'm going to do this one here for for Justice. You drop down. Okay, she'll come back up. Okay, thank you. And y'all know I like to do this. Thank you so much. Justice, I see that you dropped down. Oh, yes, Gemini. And I wrote that down on my book. That was on Monday, guys. Okay, let me just bring this back up. And Miss Missy, let me see what you said. Happy Tuesday and have a beautiful day in New York. I wonder what the weather is like in New York. I know it looks bad out here. We're getting ready to get some rain. Okay, this is in front of the courthouse. Since we know what's going on in front of the courthouse, they have not went out for breakfast, not breakfast, lunch or anything. And they're I see they got the microphones up there. So hopefully one of the somebody will come out and say something. And if they do, we're going to keep this over to the side. Okay. And we're going to catch it. But we're not going to just stare at the doors. We're going to be doing other stuff. And so you all can know what happened yesterday, who's to be expected up on the stand today, and how they're connected to the diddler, everything. So I'm going to bring all that out. I'm going to let you hear from some of the experts and everything. Okay, so we're going to do all of that. So let me go ahead and bring this down. So, but we're not going to get rid of it. We're going to leave it over to the side. And if, let me just see anything. Oh gosh, this thing about to run me crazy. What is this about? I don't know what this is about. Okay. So we're going to leave this live over to the side, and we're not going to touch it. So when we need to get it back, we're right back in the thick of things. Okay. So let's go ahead and let me give you more information. Okay. as I was saying, okay, before, the hip hop mogul has been charged. We know what he's been charged with: sex trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in prostitution. He maintains his innocence. He's like I said before, Diddy is proven innocent until Diddy is innocent until proven guilty. Y'all know me trying to say that right. Sometime I forget and turn it around the other way. Okay, but anyway, F convicted on all charges, which also includes arson and bribery. Combs could face a mandatory 15-year prison sentence with the possibility of life behind bars. And I think that's what everybody's looking at. He can face life behind bars. Are we? Oh, I knew I had. Let me take my medicine while we're doing this. It's just rolling all over the desk. And y'all got to remember, I got dogs. I know y'all wonder where are they. Where's my dogs? Don't worry. I see them every day. Okay. And I got a baby, so I don't need nobody crawling and walking up under here, under my desk. Okay. But anyway, that 15-year prison sentence with the possibility of life behind bars. His ex-girlfriend, Cassie, who dated Combs from 2007 to 2018, she was on the stand the first week of the trial. So she was on the stand the first week of the trial, guys, detailing a graphic allegations of sex experience called the freak off. Talking about how Combs, he was directing and he orchestrated everything and got everything set up. And then we I already mentioned this morning his right-hand woman, which is KK, which is Christina Korm. If he didn't direct it, people got orders from her. Allegedly, that's what it's saying. And we're going to look that up in 3 lawsuits. And I'm planning on going through that today. I'm trying to get to it. We'll see. But anyway, also Combs, as well as allegations of drug use, violence, blackmail, and even RAPE. And then later, I don't know whether I'm going to do this right now, but give a full breakdown of her testimony. But that's been that was in week 1 and part of the first day of week 2. So I'm not going to go back that far right now, but I will. I think I'm going to do it, but not right now today. Others on the stand, other witnesses on the stand include an escort who was allegedly worked in the freak off, as well as an agent who detained details which was seized when authorities arrested Combs at a New York City hotel in September 2024. The former Dandy Kane member, Don Richard. And everybody remember who Don Richard is. Let me just put their pictures up as I don't have Don's picture up. I got to go back and find it. Let me just do it this way. Don Richard is, she's on the bottom, third person from the left. You got Laura London, Michelle Williams, and then you got Don Richard. That's her. She did her testimony and everything. Oh, TNT is speaking to everyone, Sharon, and good morning. Okay. So she did her testimony, and then Kid Cudi did his, who briefly dated Cassie in 2011 and took the stand to talk about the breakup with her shortly after a car explosion. So he did his testimony then during that week, which was just a week ago. Okay. Talking about how his car was set on fire with a Molotov cocktail. Oh, you back up. Thank
Yeah,
you.
it just blocked me out, throw me out, and it was hard getting back in.
Oh, you're kidding. I didn't know why you. I just said she'll be back.
Yeah, it just shut me off. I don't know what's going on. Them demons don't want us talking about this, Pinkie.
That's the demons.
That's them demons.
If they ain't shutting you out, they freezing me. I go getting froze up, or my videos just won't act right.
Yeah, but you know what? They don't know us because we just like the diddler. Can't stop, won't stop.
I'm not gonna stop. We ain't stopping. We're gonna just keep going on with the with everything. And I just showed a picture of Dunn. I just got through talking about Kid Cudi when he took the stand, talking about his car explosion, and he blames Combs on that. I talked about. I just mentioned Danny Kane, Don Richard, and now Kid Cudi, and he blames the Diddler for his car being caught on fire and blown up, or whatever you call it, with the Molotov cocktail, and also alleged threats and fear of violence. And he especially don't forgive him for what he did to his dog. You don't know what they did, but they did something to his dog, because he did mention his dog have not been the same since.
I ain't gonna tell you what that freak did.
That poor dog. That dog got tremors. That dog.
I'm telling you. But the dog acted just like Neil. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They do something to these people.
Yeah.
I don't know. They probably they need to have. If I was him, I would take my dog to a vet, because they probably gave that dog something to make him get pneumonia.
I gave him some of that pink stuff.
That's right.
Some kind of drug or something.
Oh, that horse tranquilizer, just enough to put him on edge. But also on the stand last week was Cassie's mom. She took the stand, and her ex best friend took the stand. Her ex best friend, also a former makeup artist, a forensic agent from Homeland Security. These are some of the people that took the stand in the last 2 weeks. Since week 3. So we had a special agent in charge of, what did I just say? A forensics agent from Homeland Security, the special agent in charge of the raid on Combs Miami Beach home, a hotel manager, 2 of Combs' ex-assistants, and a former exotic dancer named the Punisher. Also detailed their alleged experience and work environment with Combs.
Yeah, and we had the special what you call them? The lady that was the expert witness on the trauma.
You're talking about the psychologist?
Yes.
Yes. She was on the stand, and her name, I got her name written down too. It may give it to me, but let me just see. She was on the stand too. She did a great job. Her name was, and there's still some people I'm expecting. Her name was, okay, we had Carrie Morgan, Cassie's best friend, David James, former assistant to Diddy. We had Don Richards. We had Capricorn. I'm getting ready to speak on Capricorn now.
Kid Cudi.
Yeah. Well, I guess they are going to come up in this. Gerald Kaplan. Gerard Gannon. Don Hughes. the doctor, Don Hughes.
Yeah.
Yes. David James, personal assistant.
Uh-huh.
We're trying to keep track of all these people. One day I'm going to just write their names all on one sheet.
Yeah.
Because each day I write the names down. So, but also the stand was the officer who responded to Kid Cudi's house after the alleged break-in.
Yeah.
The arson investigator who looked into his car fire, and Cassie, former stylist.
Yeah.
Ooh, I loved him, Dante Nash.
Yeah.
He was awesome. He was the hero for last week. I gave him the winner for last week. Dante Nash versus the Diddler. And
And he
Dante
the only
Nash,
man that jumped. That he the only man that jumped up and tried to help her.
right. Out of everybody else, all these men been standing around for years.
Yeah,
Nobody
they say he punched her right in front of Ursha. Punched her right in front of that man name we ain't calling, the high up man. Punched her, you know, in front of all these different security men and all this, and nobody stepped to him but this guy.
Dante Nash. Right. And then only other man that ever stepped in also was Prince.
Yeah.
Prince at
That's
his
right.
party, he was throwing a party at his house, and Cassie had snuck off from one party to go to there, and Diddy showed up. The Diddler showed up and saw her there. She was trying to hide across the street in some bushes, but once he did get her and drag her back, he was beating her, and his security wasn't doing nothing, just standing there. That's when Prince stepped in and told his security to break that up, stop that, and told Diddy, no, you ain't gonna be no woman here at my party. You ain't doing that. You ain't hitting her. And that was and once Prince stepped in, and Diddy settled down. But in my idea, Prince stepped in and did that. That put, because Diddy don't like nobody to step in. Prince wasn't afraid. But to me, that put him on a target list. And then Prince also spoke out many times about being how the people at the top worked you like slaves. Because at one point he wore the word slave on his face. He used to walk around with the word slave written on his face. And he would speak out all the time to let people know you can't trust the people at the top. They taking all your money and you ain't getting nothing. They're robbing you blind and everything. But I'm not going to divert off into Prince right now. But Prince spoke out, and we see where he's at right now.
That's right. Anybody who spoke out we see where they at.
Right. You got to be smart, like 50 Cent. 50 he ain't going shopping with you. He ain't coming to your parties. He ain't gonna let you give him nothing to drink. You can't even send him nothing. He don't want nothing from you. Don't touch nothing. He ain't coming around you. You ain't being in his space because he don't trust none of you. You don't want him to bother you because he will drag you every day on social media. Yes, he will. My money is on 50 all the way. Okay, but also Cassie's hairstylist, who also alleged witness threats and violence, and the defense also sought a mistrial, quickly denied. So the defense asked for a mistrial. I think they don't go a day without trying to ask for a mistrial, but quickly it was denied by the judge. The week was booked in by the start of Mia's testimony. Then that was started Thursday and Friday of last week, and then she continued and ended her testimony yesterday, which was June 2nd on Monday. And another former assistant who alleged Combs Diddy got violent and with the SEX as well, assault on her more than one occasion. She also testified to witnesses multiple incidents of violence against and control of Cassie by Combs. The hotel employee testified after Diddy, Cassie records. The final witness of the day on Monday was Sylvia. Oh, remember that name? I kept saying Sylvia. I'm going to bring this part up so y'all can see it. Okay. Let me. Oh, there ain't no way for me to enlarge that. Oh, I just do it this way. I'll do it another way. I always have to find a way to do these things because I can't enlarge that. What is this? Today is 6/3/25. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna bring it up for y'all guys. Because this is one person I was talking about today. I just dropped it. Let me see. Okay, here it is. Okay, can I put that smaller? I don't want that big. Oh, I made it big, didn't I?
Yeah, that's big.
Wait now. What happened? I see you. Okay. Now see, can I put it up? Oh, it's still going to take up all the space. Let me see. Oh, let me just get it out of the way. At least I know we're here up under it somewhere.
Yeah.
But the hotel employee about Diddy and Cassie's record. This is Syria, the final witness of the day on Monday. So when they came back from lunch and got Mia off the stand, took the stand with Syria Oki. What is it? Oki? Who is the employee as the director of sales and marketing at the Beverly Hills Hotel. She was called as a custodian witness to explain hotel records that are being admitted as evidence to the jury. Ooh. On the stand. The witness testified that Combs would reserve rooms under his alias, Frank Black. That's that name. Frank. Now we could tell that's a made-up name, Frank Black.
Yeah, Frank Black.
He could have did another name besides Frank Black. We know, that's somebody trying to hide who they are. But anyway, everybody know Frank Black. Frank. Also, huh? What did you say?
I was going to say that's like saying, "What's your name?" My name Tree. No, that don't fit.
Right. Also, while claiming Phillips Pine is the most recent alias. Oh, we got another one.
I
didn't know he had two.
Oh, he's trying to get better with his name.
They're trying to act like if people hear that name, you'll say they will know whether he's white or black or what with that name.
Yeah.
But because he don't go in at first, he sends his people to do all the work.
That's right. That's right. He's in the enterprise.
Right. They don't ever have to see. They don't even see him because they got the key already. They're already there when he gets there. In the room prepped. So that name, Philip Pines, is the most recent alias. She also testified that Cassie was listed as an accompanied guest for at least one of those reservations she made, and that she had full access to chart things to the room. But I wondered, Cassie had a name that she used, alias, which is his mom's name.
Yeah, he made her wear Janet's name. Excuse me. Yeah.
Two receipts presented to the jury show damages charged to the account, including a $500 charge for oil damage. That baby oil to get you.
That oil will get you every time.
The baby oil.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just bring it up so they can see this baby oil. This will get you every time. Y'all, you don't be buying this baby oil unless you got a baby in the house. Okay? You ain't
No
got no
baby,
baby
no
in the
oil.
house or a baby on the way. You can't be buying 1,000 bottles every time you send your people out, go get some baby oil. No, no, no. You're gonna y'all better stop that. We got shortages going on now. Y'all save that baby oil for the people that need it. If I got a baby in the house, that's why we got this baby oil. And we got at least 2 or 3 of these in the house. Because you got to put one in the baby's room, in the mama's room, which is my room. And then I got one in my, don't ask me why I got it in here. Maybe I got it in here so y'all can know. This is the baby oil. Baby oil. Let me see this thing. Oh, Lord. Yeah, this is it, guys. I ain't gonna say their name. But anyway, I just want y'all to know baby oil do exist. Okay? He may have them big giant bottles. I don't know. Do it come in another size? I don't know.
Yeah, baby oil exists.
It won't exist if they didn't stop. If this never been stopped, we'll be looking for baby oil.
Yeah,
Everybody
we would.
be running around. I got a new baby on the way. Just no baby oil. I got my 5-month-old. I can't find no baby oil. But y'all, they stopped him. Okay. Now, also, what I was saying about the baby oil damage from May 2015, and another with a $300 charge for cleaning the drapes. What were they doing with the doggone drapes? Were they wrapping up in the drapes? How you get? What were they doing? Baby
He
oil
probably
all
was,
over
he probably was just
themselves.
throwing it everywhere, just throwing it up and letting it fall down on them and
Oh yeah.
all that.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. And they probably was doing this here. You take the baby oil and thank God this top. Let me make sure. Yeah, it's on there good. Okay. You know how some people make. And if you're standing over there by the window, just say window with the drapes hanging, and they all been they're on drugs. I'm not sure, but they said they used drugs. So I'm assuming they effed up in the head too. And I don't think Cassie was doing this. I think somebody was just because he
Yeah,
loved that. He loved you shining. He loved you
yeah,
shining.
you know he was sitting over in the corner directing, so you know he was shooting it out there.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Yeah.
Plus, you know, he was messing with himself so long till it got
Oh
hard.
Lord.
He had to slip it up too, you know, make it
Yeah.
easy.
And then he touching on stuff like the drapes and
Ooh,
oh
nasty
Lord.
man, nasty.
You couldn't touch nothing after you get through doing that. Messing with yourself. Oh Lord. That's a sight to see. What man want to look over? Oh, this is torture. This is like a real man down the sparrow. You look over, and this man just oh my God. Oh, a real
But you
man.
know, now, Pinky, you know the reason why he had to see this because he was sitting there looking at these men, and he was dreaming and wishing that was his size because he the Tootsie Roll. He was wishing he was a foot long.
He
That's
wish he
why he
was.
demand that they be foot longs because he got to look at that. He just
That is
dreaming.
right. Because
Uh-huh.
he said he like them big, and the woman got to have on white nail polish so it can. Oh Lord, Mama woke. Oh Lord, let me get my mine off. Oh Lord, oh Lord, I can't think about it. Let me eat a piece of banana. I don't want to think about it. Okay, but they got it all over the drapes. Charge for the cleaning of the drapes, as well as additional charges for the hotel staff going out to get 5 candles for Combs. What the? You gonna send the staff of the hotel out because you need 5 candles? That's what you got your security for. Tell them to go get your assistant. Go get your 5 candles. Why you 5
He
candles?
want to see that light up on that body of the men. I bet he was
Yeah.
watching the men more than he was the women.
Oh Lord. That made me think I need to light my candle. I bet you said, Lord of mine. I got
What?
my candle over here. I
Go
need to
ahead
light
and
my
light your candle, Pinkie, because you got your baby oil sitting right there.
I'm through with you. Justice, you know what? I am through with you. I got my baby oil sitting right here. I don't know which one of these things I'm going to be able to use. I'm going to have to do it both ways. I'm going to have to use this. I don't know whether I'm going to know how to use this. This is what my daughter and my husband used to light the candle.
Oh,
I use this because, see, we're going to light this candle here. And then let me finish going over it. Okay. I dropped at the getting the candles, the 5 candles. Why 5? Why is it got to be 5 candles? Them pedophiles, they have a oh, guys, I'm learning. I did it. Oh, I blew it out because there's a piece that fell off. Oh Lord, I'm gonna burn something up here. So it was a piece that fell off, and I didn't want it to sit in my thing. Oh, I did it. I never done this one like that before. Okay. Now we got my candle lit. What do I do with this now? Oh, look, it goes back in there. I did not know that came out when I did that. I just pushed the button. See here? I did not know that did that because I don't ever light my candles. I really don't. Somebody else light the candles when I be needing candles. I always get somebody to come light the candles. I need some candles lit. I tell you, I need to start doing things for myself sometime. But anyway, let's get back to the next. Before we, 10, no, it's just 11:49. Not time for lunch yet. Redirection. This is the redirect examination of Mia, the ex-assistant. Following the cross-examination of the anonymous former assistant going by the name Mia for this trial, okay, she is put on redirect examination. She revisits some of the many possible. Let me see, what was that? Did we finish this one here? Oh yeah, I did finish that one. Okay, I finished that one, guys. Let me see. No, this is too long to read. Breaking and paste, putting it up there. She received some of the many positive social media posts presented by the defense during cross-examination. Mia confirmed that it was part of her job to promote an event and projects, many of which was mentioned in those posts. That's part of her job. She got to stay safe. She got to do what she got to do. Mia testified that she was responsible for all of Combs' social media presence. So that's part of your job. You just got to do what you got to do. The more you try to just do what you got to do and do your job, hopefully that keeps that maniac away from you and off of you. You know what I'm saying, Justice? Sometimes you got to keep them off you by making pretend like everything is cool, and you thinking to yourself when you see them, can't stand that person. But anyway, This includes posting for Combs' birthday, which they talked about a lot, with it being added that it is she failed to make those posts, and that if she ever posted anything negative, she would be in trouble. You know, with him, you want everybody to post all this good stuff because you want the whole world to love him and like him and this and that. That's what the demons and the devils do. Want everybody
That's
to
right.
and we see that already, and we ain't saying no names. The biggest one with the orange hair. He always
Yeah,
talks about how people like him or don't
that's
like him.
right.
Isn't that true? Don't he always bring up if you like me or if you don't like me, he likes me. He say pretty good things about me. It's like, Lord of mine. Can you go a day without saying somebody like you and don't like you? But anyway, when asked that Combs would do if she thought she wasn't doing a good job, she said, "I would be screamed at, humiliated, made fun of, and my job would be threatened." She said on the stand that she worked hard to ensure Combs was pleased because when he was happy, I was safe. Oh, I didn't know I was going to say read that word. I was safe. Remember, I keep talking about the fact that she posting, and those posting is not because she's doing it because for any malicious intent or because she likes him. She's posting that she's doing this to stay safe.
That's right.
And I did not see that. I did not see that. Let me just do this right quick. Drink lemon water.
Woo.
What's wrong, Justin? You okay?
Nothing. It's just hot. I've been while we talking, I'm shopping for just ordered my grandbaby a new mattress, so I had to go get a new mattress cover.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
See
Yeah,
that?
but all is well.
But you see that we got to do for them. We got to take care of them, don't we?
That's right.
Oh, Lord. The love of a grandma.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
Never to be hitting your pocket too.
We were
And
just talking about my grandbaby.
yeah, I'm the cheapest mattress I can find for a grandkid, and that doggone mattress Pinkie was $800. I said, "Oh Lord," but I had to get one that's firm for him because he's a back sleeper.
Oh Lord, he see them and
Mhm.
already putting us out like that. Oh
Yeah,
Lord.
I say, hell, this boy must have a little Diddy in here. Got me out there getting money for him.
Oh Lord, I tell you. But that's those grandbabies. We can't
Yeah,
live without them because we just love them to death.
that's right. That's right. And he is a son to my son that passed, so it make it extra special because his
Yeah.
dad not here no more. You know.
That you're taking his spot. You're doing what you're supposed to do. You're
Yeah.
acting.
He been with me since he was 3 days old. My son got custody of him when he was 3 days old because his mama said she didn't have time to be raising no kid.
Oh my
So
Lord.
my son went to court and got legal custody of him when he was 3 days old.
Oh Lord. So you've been in that role ever since.
Yeah, me and my husband told him we'll do what the mama's supposed to do, and you do what the daddy do.
That is
And
true.
until he passed away, that's what he did.
And I'm so sorry to hear that. Bless you for the blessings that you're giving on to your grandson, and your son just sees that, and I bet he's just as happy as he's
Yeah,
watching now.
yeah, but Pinkie, people think it's hard and it's tough sometimes because you run into life situations. But when your heart is right, God blesses you. This baby, even though he's a special need child, and
Mm,
he spent 22 years in school. I never missed the art meeting, never missed the teachers meeting. Every therapy session, I've been there. But it's tough sometimes because your physical body get tired. But when God is in it and your heart is right, you ain't trying to
mm.
use a kid for money. You ain't trying to
That is
misuse a kid. God blesses you. He makes a tough thing easy.
Yeah, that
And
is true.
that's what he do. When you got love, the Bible say love hides a multitude of sin. And sin can be the sin of Adam and Eve. When they sinned, God
Yes,
said,
true.
because y'all sin, life gonna be rough.
That is true.
But
That
God
is a
makes it a little
blessing.
easy for us, you know?
Right. God is blessing you every day because
Every day, every day.
every day because you're taking on a role that not many people would do. There's grandmothers out there, they ain't got time for the grandkids. They ain't got time. That's not people. They'll tell you that's not my child.
They be out there dropping it like a hot. That ain't
Right.
it. They out there with this man, that man in the streets doing drugs. Grandparents, I can't believe it. Old folk out there doing all this stuff. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with them? Yeah.
But you know what? I'm grateful to God. Every morning I spend my quiet time underneath. I got my special tree. That's why I was hanging those chimes at under my special tree. That
Your
me and
special
the Lord,
tree.
we meet up there every morning and we just talk about life. And I'm letting him know how appreciative I am. And
Right.
whatever you do, do it to be a blessing. I come on your platform. A lot of people be calling me, hey, come on over. No, I want to be with somebody heart right. I want to be with somebody love and care.
Right.
And so that's why I come over here. Anything I can do to be a blessing toward your platform, I do it. I come
Thank
up
you.
here and let people know whatever I done found out because I want to bless you. I
Right.
don't have the
Thank
money
you.
to put out there because I'm taking care of this kid and
Right.
trying,
I
and I'm a widow.
understand.
I don't have my husband passed, so I'm by myself. But
Right. But God is blessing you and taking care of you. He got his hands wrapped around both of you all. You got your hand wrapped around your grandbaby, and honestly, that's your baby. That's your baby right now. God made it your baby right now. So you taking care of your baby. Like when I'm talking about my Phoenix. Phoenix is my baby. You know, he called me mama. Mama. That's what he say, mama. Mama. And I don't care who's at home, who's in the room. When it comes to him, if somebody trying to pick him up or something and he don't want to be picked up, he run to me and wrap his, he always come to me. Everybody can be in the room. He don't want nobody but me. And if I'm holding him, he don't want to go to nobody, not even his mama, not even his dad. He don't want nobody. Only person, he probably will go to his dad, but sometimes not even that. He just want me. He just want me. And he's cool just sitting with his, he called me the mama. He said, mama, mama. So I'm mama. His mama didn't want him to, it was like, I didn't tell him to call me mama. That's what he calls me, mama. You know? And sometimes he'll just say, mom, mom, mom. So I just let Phoenix say whatever you want to say. That's my baby. Okay. Miss Missy Justice. She said, so true, Justice. God bless you and your family. You see that, Justice? She probably said. Thank you, Miss Missy. So let me just see where we left off. She said, Mia said the reason why she make those posts and everything, and she do that because she don't want to be screamed at. She want and do a good job and try to make sure she take her job seriously, and she don't want she don't post nothing negative. Nobody posts negative stuff, and she don't want to get in trouble, and she don't want to be screamed at, humiliated, and made fun of on the job and be threatened.
Beat. Yeah.
Yeah, beat too. And
Mhm.
RAPE too. RAPE
Yeah.
too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. You remember she said she wake up and he there.
Right. Laying
Huh.
on top of her. Big old
Yeah.
man.
Nasty buzzard.
I tell you. And she said she does that to be safe. Because she said when he's happy, I was safe. So that's what you have to do. To keep them away from you. Just like Silly in the what's the Silly in the Color Purple? No, one of them, Oprah in the Color Purple said, a girl child ain't safe in a house full of men. I think she was the one that said that. But anyway, also she re-emphasized priority testimony that she was afraid to lose her job, and not just for professional reasons. I would have been stripped of any credibility. Would have been lost. Credibility if she tried to go to another company or anything. Yeah, blackball. Oh no, she's this and she's that. You don't want her, don't hire her. And they are going to do exactly what he said. No credibility. I wouldn't have been able to get a job in the same industry or any industry that I wanted, and would lose anything I knew. Mia said on what she felt at the time. She said she was also afraid of his physical reaction. Ooh, my Lord. That's probably a knock upside the head. Hitting and punching and kicking, throwing you down, grabbing you by the hair. I just knew his power and his wealth. Oh, Lord. This comes on the heels of Mia having said during cross-examination that after she finally did leave Combs' employ, she was able to find work with Madonna. Thank the Lord. And where she worked for nearly a year, she said that Combs did not help her secure that position, nor did she feel blacklisted by him.
But you know what, Pinkie? That shows you that he be getting people who have talent and mistreating them. Because you can't work for Madonna if you ain't got talent.
Oh, hell, no. Mm-mm. Oh, no. You sure can.
But they trying to make it seem like his lawyer's trying to make it seem like he just took nobodies, people that was nobodies, and made them something. He ain't make them nothing. That stylist say he was a stylist to famous stars and stuff.
Right.
He had talents. Cassie was making six figures as a model because she got with him.
Right, she did. And he wanted to downplay like you want nothing.
Exactly.
I made you and I gave you and I did this for you.
That's right.
No, he didn't do nothing.
But be beside the head.
Right. Yeah, a kick and a beat.
That's right.
And she said she did whatever allude to the defense that there was retaliation. Said he took away the TV show that I created. She created this TV show.
Come on now. Come on.
He took away the credit I was promised in the documentary.
Mm-hmm.
Right. When asked why did she not report any alleged abuse to the human resource? Oh God, they're gonna take his side.
They work for him. What they gonna do?
Then they said this is Diddy's world, and we just all here to serve him or something.
That's right.
That was one of the things they tell you when you get the job. So how if you there to serve him, you can't go tell on the man that writes her check. HR, you getting paid by him. He can fire HR when he gets ready. You know, if he can go to another company and have Wendy Williams fired and other people fired from the company, that's HR.
That's right.
Over his own company.
Capricorn say when she told HR about how he was treating Cassie, look what he did to her. The HR went right back and told him what she said.
Right. And then they'd be put on suspension without pay.
Exactly.
So, that don't work. Or if you do too much, they let you go. And no, you're going to crawl back because then they're going to put out the word you blacklisted. And so when you go crawling back, then everybody tell you, no, son, I can't hire you.
And then you remember how he accused Capricorn of stealing?
Right.
Come on, stealing some jewelry. That's to put a bad name on you.
Right. And then had her at a warehouse for 5 days, or 5 days or a week. In the dark, where she had to sleep in the warehouse in the dark, on the table for 5 days. Couldn't go to the bathroom unless she asked security or asked him or the diddler, or couldn't do nothing. Didn't have a bathtub, couldn't clean up, couldn't do nothing. You just there taking polygraphs. That's right. That's to terrify you. That's some monster-ish there.
Mm-hmm.
It's 12. Let's see what's going on outside the courthouse right quick. This is still live. let me just hit refresh, make sure I'm not behind on this live or anything. No, I'm not. Let me bring it up right quick, because this time is 12:06. So if they are there, they're either just walked out or they're getting ready to walk out. Or
Yeah.
unless most people do, they, as soon as 12 o'clock hit, they be gone. It's like, whoo, I got to go. They be out of there. Let me see. Let me see have anybody else got anybody coming out from the other doors. You know, because they got two doors going in and out of this courthouse. Two set of doors. Let me see. Oh, wait now. Oh, let's get on to him right quick.
Okay.
They're reporting. I'm going to leave his up, but I'm going to take it down so I can see it if they got anybody coming up or saying anything. I'm going to leave this one here. But let me go back to let me trying to make sure. Wait now. This is what happened. Girl, these things be moving fast. Let's get an update on what went on in the trial right now. Guys, I'm just trying to typing over my food. That's why I'm hunched over. My food and stuff is sitting here. I'm gonna move it in just a minute. I'm typing with just one finger. Because my food is already all over the place. Let me see what that pull it up. Okay, here it is. Let me just do this. Oh, that's already done. I'm getting ready to pull it up for you in just a minute. Okay, here it is, guys. And I'll be keeping track on whether anything is going on outside the courtroom from that other page, that other one from Law and Crime. If anything is going on outside the courtroom, I'll make sure I bring it to you all. I won't forget. I'm just trying to put this in here. Say that. Okay. Make a little space for it. Okay, here it is. Let me go ahead and launch it. This is News Nation. There are similarities between Diddy and Keith Raniere. Y'all know who that is, don't you? Y'all know who Keith Raniere is, right? Well, let me just say, hi, Terry. Thank you for being here. Hi, Pinkie and chat. I'm popping in to catch your live while working. Yes, I hit the like button. Thank you, Terry. Terry, you always hit the like button. Thank you. Y'all hit that like button. Okay. Everybody should know who Keith Raniere is. Okay, but we're going to play this and let me go ahead and play this so we won't miss it. Okay. Let me get started. And then when it's over, I'll tell y'all who Keith Raniere is.
Hi, everybody. Welcome Monday. It's good to have you here. Let me ask you a question.
This is this morning. This is this morning. It's not something from yesterday or anything. This is her this morning. I guess because it's lunchtime, she's talking. Ashley, from News Nation, she's talking. Benefield.
Think about the Diddy trial and wonder why all these people stayed, right? Like, because witness after witness after witness said, man, this guy was abusive and he was a...
This is what we want to hear, too. All these people, why do they say there's a reason? And thank the Lord, she's getting ready to explain. Thank you.
He was like horrible to his staff and made them like put out the lube. And why'd they stay? Like, what would be the point, right? If that is the question that you've had all along, well, boy, would you have enjoyed this day in court? Because the cross-examination of one of the main witnesses, the former assistant...
Oh, that's Mia.
Almost a decade.
Yeah, it's Mia. It is. But she's this is from today. So she's this is actually this is today. Her today's so she's trying to tell us why all these people stayed. And one person said if she was nice, she was safe. She didn't mean them. She was surviving. She said it on the stand.
Yeah. I'm glad she got that in.
Right. That's what I always said. Was been saying since yesterday. She got to play nice. She got to be nice and say nice things and type.
Yeah. In other words, kiss his butt.
Right. In order to stay safe.
That's right.
And somebody else said cults, like a cult, you know, because she asked, is David Keith Raniere? What's the difference between Diddy and him? I never heard of being fired from a cult. That's not how they work. The hardest thing about being in a cult is leaving, and cult leaders never let you go. They don't. They'll harass you.
He trying to say she lying, that she wasn't going to get fired. That's a cult. If it's a cult, he wouldn't have never fired you. Yeah, they can threaten to fire you. She didn't say she got fired. He threatened her. That's his lawyer trying to make it seem like she lying. It ain't no cult because he didn't fire you.
Well, somebody else just said this one. This was 2 hours ago. Somebody said this. I have a close relative who has worked as a personal assistant to 2 celebrities and a high-profile famous politician. He says they are all extreme narcissists. Ooh, he put all extreme narcissists. Apparently,
yeah, they want you to bow to them because they think their money make them better than everybody.
Right, right. And they act like you don't put your pants on like I do.
Thank
you. Don't
you.
put your shoes on like I do. I don't have to go to the bathroom. You do. My stuff just never come out.
And I don't never sweat.
Right. Apparently, there are perks of the job: world travel, expensive gifts, mingling with other celebrities, and etc. That makes it hard to walk away from these jobs. And a lot of them think when you quit, oh, they did. I don't know why they quit from me, and they probably won't even give you a good reference if you.
They not quit. Because they don't want it to look like the problem was them. They don't want people to know that they the problem. So they always got to make up something that you was a thief or you was something.
And see, I'm reading this off my phone from this here show right here. That's in her chat. Somebody else said they knew every single gatekeeper. And it's time these witnesses stop hiding and speak the truth.
Really?
No more silence. The right questions must be demanded, and they must be demanded now. And somebody else said, my biggest question was the Diddy empire is why the police covered him. Because they was getting paid.
Yeah, he had some in his pocket. And he know who to call, who work his beat, who work the area he in. And when the radio call go in for such and such an address or such and such a neighborhood, then the one in his pocket will say, I'll take that call.
Yep. It's a on my very in this person. Oh my, very interesting about similarities between Keith. You know, Keith from the UK. Ashley benefit from the UK. Oh, they're saying she's from the UK. This case is developing the key question to blame victims. Ooh, they are trying to blame.
Yeah, that's all they did. They tried to blame Cassie.
Somebody said, I keep walking. Cold weather. Shelter is nicer than Hollywood. Oh, and I'm going to read one more. If this is all so complicated, then why isn't the witness in protection, secret place to speak freely and safely?
Why they didn't just tape her? Right. And then, so she could get everything out. But she did when she was talking to the government. She told everything. But then his lawyers come up there trying to make it seem like she ain't right. She a liar.
Right.
And that's what they get paid to do, though. They paid millions of dollars to make your truth sound like a lie.
Right. Somebody said if Diddy was broke, he would not be here today. Too much money is really evil.
Well, the Bible say the love of it. When you fall in love with your money, you put your money above your mama, above your children. Look at what he got his sons doing. They at the freak out party. That means you put your money above your kids.
Somebody else said Diddy is a guilty threat to all.
Yes, he is. Because ain't nobody, if he get off with this, ain't no telling whose daughter gonna be next, whose son gonna be next.
Yeah. And all these people that didn't all of his friends in Hollywood, y'all better start packing up, going somewhere, going on these long vacations, because y'all didn't come out for him. He remember that. He said that on that phone call from jail. And then also anybody that witnesses, y'all better take your mama and your daddy with you if he get off, because he had already threatened Cassie's parents. Yeah, y'all better take the whole family with you. I'm getting somebody said I'm getting Daybell vibes. Where are the kids? I guess she's talking about the girls. The girls, after they hearing that first, they got out of there, then haven't came back yet. Somebody said not guilty. Unfortunately, where's the proof? He say, is he a monster 100%? I don't know what they mean by that. He say he's a monster 100%, but where's the proof? Somebody put codependency, saying they got a codependency on him. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and get this here started here. And then while that is going, I'm going to take my plate out of here so I can help him, my food and stuff out of here. And Terry, Pinkie and Justice, the best commentary
dynamic duo.
I couldn't get it out.
The best commentary, dynamic duo.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Terry. We just telling it like it TIS.
We ain't here to sugarcoat nothing.
We not no Tootsie Roll fans.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put it on, and I'm going to take this plate, but I'm going to take my phone so I can hear it too. I'm just going to go down the hall, around the corner, and up the street. That's a long walk. Put it like that. Love it. Okay, thank you, Terry. Also, let me just go ahead and start it. And this was this morning, just 2 hours ago from this morning. Oh, it's playing on my phone. Let me put it on me. I'm too busy watching it from there. Oh, I'm on day 3. Lord of mine, my day 3. Where am I? Trying to pull it up the right way. Okay. Is this day 3? Yeah, it is. Okay, so here we go, guys. I'm going to go ahead and get it started. And I noticed if I mute, because I got this set up differently than I used to. Remember how I used to always have it set up, and every time it would spin and stuff, I had to, due to, well, I was told to set it up totally different. So that's why y'all don't see the spinning like that no more. Somebody had got in there and started messing with Ish. But anyway, y'all don't see that no more. Okay. So buffering that you call it. But anyway, you don't see that anymore. So, but I'm going to go ahead and get it started and everything. But I noticed, because the way I got it set up, if I mute, it mutes here. It mutes the video. What I'm going to try to do, just is play it, and you tell me whether you hear anything. Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to mute myself when I started. I want to see if you hear anything.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think about the Diddy trial?
I hear her. Now I don't.
You know why you didn't? Because once I played it, then I muted myself. And when I go on mute, it mutes her.
Yeah, yeah.
Before, when I used to have it all up doing this here, sharing my screen and doing all this stuff with my slides and stuff, I can play and it never mute. And you can see it here even when I'm muted. So I got to have them to look at this. Have them to look at it tonight. I haven't brought it to their attention, but have them to look at it and see why. So I can't myself when I do.
Yeah, why? Ask them, why does it, when I mute myself, it mutes my video?
Yeah. I'm gonna talk to them about it and everything. But right now it's just, I just haven't had time, because I get off. Everybody looking for me. Everybody wants me when I get off. And yesterday we were selling baby girl's birthday yesterday too. So yeah, it was her birthday.
Did you get her a gift or just took her out?
Oh, we did all that.
You did?
Gifts, took her out, spend thousands of dollars and all in one day.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
You and hubby need to adopt me.
Oh, I dare you something. I tell you. And I had to tell my husband about the other gift. And I mean, we had so much food on the table, and as food was coming out, we couldn't eat all this, or we didn't get through with this. Go ahead and box that on up. And we're eating this. Oh, we're not going to eat that. Box that. Bring that out when we get ready to go. Put that down, and half of the stuff they put on the table, we didn't even get a chance to eat it. And we left half of it, because we had a huge bag, and it was filled up to the top, and they were still bringing out stuff. And he asked, you want this? I said, no, we're not going to take off. And one dish we didn't even, two things we didn't even eat. I don't think she tried it, nor did I. It was just sitting there. And I told my husband we got enough food. He was checking out all this stuff, and he said, y'all got some food. I said, yeah. And I looked at the bill, and she said, Mom, he did a great job. And I said, yes, he did. So I told her, she always signs the bill, take care of with my money though. So she did that, and gave him a wonderful tip, because he did a great job. But I looked at the bill, and I said to myself, God, we was eating for 4 and 5 people. We was eating a lot. I'm looking at, oh my God, just me and her, because her hubby was on his way to the house, and we was pulling out because we was going to the store first. And he said, I said, pull back in, and we did. And then she wanted to go. I said, we'll be back. Let's go do this first. And then he decided to eat at home instead of us coming back to get him. So, but we're going to this other place, because it's still her birthday week. So we're gonna be going out again. So yeah, this is her birthday week. So she eat out all week, and she's picking the places. So it was good. Everything was good. Everything was delicious. We had a wonderful time and stuff. So I can put all this breakfast stuff away because I know when I get off this live, they're going to have some good food for me. But let's listen to her because I really want to know the difference between Diddy and Keith Raniere. Everybody know who he is. If you don't, she's getting ready to tell you. She's going to tell you. She can probably tell you better than I can tell you. Because if I tell you, I'm going to tell you what I seen when he, because he ain't nothing but, y'all know who he is. He got all the celebrities acting a fool. Okay, here we go. But I'm not going to mute myself, guys, because I don't want to cut it off from you all.
Okay.
Okay.
And made them like put out the lube. Like I said, like, what would be the point, right? If that is the question that you've had all along, well, boy, would you have enjoyed this day in court? Because the cross-examination of one of the main witnesses, former assistant named Mia, who worked there almost a decade, was basically a hammering of that question over and over again. Why'd you say? Why'd you write such nice text to him? Why'd you text him nicely even after you left? If this is a guy who abused you, abused Cassie, abused the other assistants, and raped you 3 times, right? The answer is a little more complicated than, oh, right, gotcha, she lied. Yeah, it is much more complicated than that, and it can be. So tonight, I'm going to bring you an interview with somebody who was in a group like this, right? Was in an organization like this, was sexually abused, so were the others, and branded, and still followed this guy. You probably heard about him. His name was Keith Raniere, right? Head of the NXIVM cult. Remember this documentary that went bananas? Yeah, his followers followed him too. And guess what happened to him in the Southern District of New York? Sex trafficking and RICO. Guess whose lawyer was? Diddy's lawyer. So why did his people stay? We're going to go through all of that. It might give you a different perspective, a little different aperture on why all these people perhaps stayed in this very bizarre work environment, to say the least bizarre. Then also, there are these 3 adorable little girls who've been missing for 3 not so adorable days. Their mother is beside herself. These are the 3 girls. Their names are Peyton, Evelyn, and Olivia. Olivia's only 5. Peyton's the oldest. I think she's 9. Turns out, there was the shared custody agreement with the dad, and that was problematic for a lot of people, but dad picked them up, and boom, vamoose. Never brought them back. Here's the weird part. Why did dad have shared custody when dad is homeless? Yeah, I got that question too. And I have a feeling the authorities are going to have to answer to this, because homeless dad is a little hard to track. And now these 3 girls are nowhere to be found. I'm going to talk to a couple people about that and also tell you a little bit more about it. Then, the manhunts that we've been following now for a couple weeks? Those 10 guys that went flying off the loading dock at the New Orleans City Jail, 2 of them are still out there, right? They really stayed hidden. I got that. I mean, it's my favorite video, right, of the year. Then the guy on the right is the former cop, police chief, who somehow fashioned himself a law enforcement outfit while he was an inmate, serving 50 years for rape and murder. Walked out, just took that dolly and walked out like he was working there. There are bounties on all of these guys' heads, right? And it amounts to more than $100,000. But is that the amount that brings out the bounty hunters? Is that the amount that brings out the posses? Do the authorities have help out there from the guys who don't have badges? And by the way, how complicated does it get when you have guys with badges meeting up with guys who don't have badges, and they're all after the same things? I'm going to tell you all about that with one of the top bounty hunters in the country. That's coming up in a second. Let me ask you this. If you sent your old boss a text saying, love you so much, after you left the job, there could be 2 possible reasons. Either you do love him so much, or you may have had a terrifying hold over you. It still does. Such are the explanations being tossed around at the start of the week. It is week 3 now in Sean Diddy Combs' trial. And a woman known only as Mia, pseudonym, was Combs' assistant for 8 years, and she took the stand first thing this morning to her rape. For 3 days, she told horror stories about Diddy, how he beat her, how he beat others, often, or early and often, and how he raped her a couple of times while she worked in his inner circle. Said all these things under oath. She said Diddy exercised his authority through physical, emotional, financial, and physical abuse. He's been charged with sex trafficking and racketeering, and he faces decades in prison if he's convicted. So, yeah, his lawyer went after Mia hard. And on cross-examination, she had to admit that she did indeed send numerous fawning and loving messages to Diddy while working for him and after she left the company. And while she was asked to explain herself, like, why would you do this? Why would you fawn over someone who abused you? She had an interesting answer, many interesting answers. But the one that really stood out to me was, no one ever batted an eye when Diddy behaved the way he did. So it was normal. To the point where she felt like she was the one who was in the wrong, since he was being so highly praised by everybody else around them. All the time, without fail, nobody said a word. She said, quote, he was my authority figure, the only authority figure. I was constantly seeking his approval, presumably during the job and afterwards. Still, Diddy's lawyers showed the jury message after message where Mia praised Diddy. They grilled Mia over why she never reported being sexually or physically assaulted. Not to the police, not to friends, not to family, not even to the HR department at work. And Mia repeated the answer to all of those accusations. It was either, I felt brainwashed, I don't understand it either, or that she's still working it out with her therapist. She spent pretty much the whole day having to answer that, right? She also said that she thought she'd be blacklisted if she ever reported Diddy's behavior or tried to quit. She said, quote, I would have lost everything I knew. I just knew his power and his rap. And by the way, she'd seen it before. Somebody else's plane, and out they went the next day. So she had some, here I want to bring in somebody who...
Justice. Let me, I'm coming right back. Just y'all give me a second. My baby is crying. So give me a second. Okay. I'm just done.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and let this finish playing, but I got my phone here, right here, listening to it in there. Let me go ahead and just continue to let it play. Power in, yeah, I understand that. Oh my Lord, these people.
Who knows a lot about Diddy's world firsthand. Lindsay Granger is a former supervising producer for Diddy's company, Revolt TV. She's now an entertainment journalist and a news station contributor. Lindsay, it's great to have you. I was trying to sort of think through all the things that Mia was saying on the stand today about the culture that she was living in and working in, because she was really in his inner circle and kind of with him 24/7. And I wanted to get your take on the environment of the employees. Did they all look at Diddy as the guy who could do no wrong, the god of the industry?
Yeah, well, first, I think I need to start by saying that I never experienced or saw any abuse personally. But it is important to remember that when you're working with a celebrity at the magnitude in 2015 when I arrived, that Diddy was there, 2014 when I arrived, up through 2017, you can just imagine he's in the middle of his career. This is somebody who we've all grown up watching. I'm sure even Mia saw him in certain ways before she started working with him. And this is somebody that you're enamored with. And now layer that on top of the fact that you're in the inner circle. So for me, I work for his television network, for both. But there are people that work for Combs Enterprises or closer organizations that really were with him like assistants on a day-to-day basis that understood what that dynamic looks like and were around the people that were protecting him the most. And I think there are people that looked at him with the awe and celebrity more than you look at a regular boss at a regular job. So I think it was a little bit different and interesting dynamic to be in that workplace. But I also know that they had a very close relationship, because not only did she go from assistant to executive producer or producer on a program that was going to be about her, that she and Diddy had to the pilot stage at ABC, but that's a long jump. Not all of his assistants would be creating and developing a project that big around the time I got to Revolt that was making it to TV that was about her life. And so, they did have a really interesting relationship, and the dynamic, of course, you want to listen and hear out all victims. But it's very just interesting to watch the whole thing play out, because there were layers of people around Diddy, and she was one of those people that was in the mix and closest to him in a different way than any of the other employees like me that worked at a single entity.
I think that's an important distinction that you make, is that he's got a lot of business, right? And a lot of employees and a lot of different tentacles out there. And there are different dynamics. He's not in your office all day long. He's over at headquarters all day long. So that is a very important dynamic. And she was with him at all times. So, but I do want to ask you about your work culture and the people that you work with. Did you feel as though this was a guy, Diddy was just revered more than any other boss you've ever had in any other business you've been in?
Yeah, I think it was not a normal workplace for somebody that I think in any career, if you work in traditional law offices, if you work in traditional media companies, I had come from some of the businesses that had been around for decades. Revolt was a brand new company and run by a celebrity. And so people did treat the whole experience like you were celebrity adjacent. And I think there was a little bit of a different dynamic even with the leadership. He would send all staff videos in the morning and kind of show everybody, look at my house. If you want anything like this, you're going to have to work harder or show up. So I took it as motivation from a celebrity that was adjacent to greatness. And I think that to see all that he's accomplished, everybody kind of drank the Kool-Aid of, you know, we want to be aligned with something that's going to be the next MTV or whatever the business was. And a lot of his businesses did reach that level. We want to be aligned with the next vodka that's going to be as big as, you know, any of the biggest vodkas. And so no matter what department you worked in, I think it was hard to not be enamored by how much success he reached in his clothing brand, in his media network, in his liquor companies, and et cetera, to not remember that you're next to somebody who's created and accomplished feats that, you know, many people can only dream about. So I think that was something that came into play by a lot of employees.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the culture of any company that has a big personality, you know, at the top, Steve Jobs, that kind of thing. They feel that way. Let me ask you this. Did you feel like people were free to whisper under their breath about the boss or speak ill of the boss at any time? Or did you feel that was just like, don't you dare?
No, I think people follow pretty strict guidelines. That there wasn't a lot of room to. You never know who in the office was, you know, closely aligned. Let's say with Combs Enterprises, and who specifically only worked with that entity. So, you know, you would have to be mindful to, you know, make sure you're watching what you say because, you know, he did pop up in the office sometimes. He did host events. He did get on Zoom meetings, and it would be a surprise. And the whole staff would need to like run down and sit in the conference room and kind of allow him to address the entire staff. So it wasn't completely unorthodox environment in that way. And, you know, there were several people around him that I, from the outside looking in, could see compared to other work environments that seemed to be more like yes men, like managers on assistants that would all protect him and not allow you to ask just a general question or get to the person that directly can answer a question for you. Of a lot of people that just, I think, would always say yes. But again, does it tie into him actually being guilty of all of these charges that he's accused of? I can't speak to that, but I do think that it's interesting to think about when you have a leader in that position. Maybe in the future, he would think about separating himself from companies and just being a figurehead as opposed to the actual CEO, where he was in positions where he was interacting with so many people, but it was very much how he treated his celebrity, which is do what I say, making the band style.
Yeah. Lindsay Granger, great insight. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for coming on. It's nice to see you again.
No problem. Great to see you.
So a powerful and charismatic man using his exact threats and mind games to maintain an empire. He has faced a judge and jury before, but he did not do too well. Not Diddy, the leader of the Nexium cult. Keith Raniere was also charged in the Southern District of New York.
Oh,
In
yes.
2019, he was convicted of, guess what? Racketeering and sex trafficking. The same charges that Diddy is now. And Keith had the same lawyer that Diddy has now, Mark Nicolo. Did not go well for Keith. He was jailed for 120 years. My next guest is a former member.
Wait now. I didn't know he was jailed for that long. That's new to me. That's news to me. Did anybody know he was jailed for that long?
I didn't know nothing about it.
You didn't know? Oh, gosh. He had celebrities. Yes, celebrities following him. And if he used brand them like you branding a cow. You know,
Oh my God.
hot thing. Just say this is
Put that branding iron on it.
Right. Just say this is the brand. This is the what I want to put on you. They had that long thing, and they brand them. But instead of back there, they brand them down here. Here, somewhere.
Oh my God.
Yes, and celebrities. Gosh, I didn't think they were so gullible.
But you know what I'm glad to hear though, Pinkie?
Right.
That he had the same bad AZZ lawyer that Diddy had. And that lawyer lost.
He had the same lawyer?
Yeah. So everybody talking about how bad this lawyer is, and he gonna get Diddy off, and he this and he that. Now, baby, God got his hand on this case.
Well, the devil been running him anyway, telling him he was looking sorry during that TMZ interview.
Yeah.
He was looking sad.
He keep running everything. I want Diddy. Run it, Diddy. Run it.
Yeah, run it on in the ground because you're
That's
doing a
right.
great job.
Run yourself to that jail, to that prison.
And so, but yes, he's bad news, that Keith guy.
Yeah.
He was to the Hollywood stars. Yes, sir. And one she's Hollywood actress saved her daughter.
Yeah, now I remember. Now I remember that. I remember that particular case right there where this woman got her kid out of that cult.
Right. And it took some some doing, but she finally did.
And you know what? Pay attention to the stars who producing these movies. What we talking about right now about the woman saving her kid and all that. That's that thing Tyler Perry got going right now.
Oh,
That coach show where they treat
yeah,
him.
that's a show he have on
That's right. That's
his,
right.
network. It's called Relentless.
I think that's the name of it. Yeah, but that young guy there, he got all these people like treating him like he a god and
Right, he's a god.
yeah.
He's a tall black guy, but he's real light skinned
Yeah,
and long, beautiful hair.
Yeah.
And everything. And they
that's all we looking at right there is a whole recreation of that guy.
Yeah, because they do everything from him. They can't leave out of that compound.
That's right. That's right.
Gate. And they got.
And then when they go into the city, they go into the city and kidnap people.
Right, they do. They kidnap people and bring them there. And they kidnap the kids and they keep the kids.
Yeah, and they got them old women walking around there watching for him, telling him everything going on.
I didn't know you watched that show.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I watched that before. Mm-hmm.
You know what? That may be since this is going on, let me see how many people in the chat would like me to start because this is it's like
exact copy. Exact copy.
Sure it is. The elders and there's one young lady
that and he even got his own little soldiers. You saw his soldiers, Pinkie?
Yeah.
His security team. Yeah.
Oh my Lord. And they keep you they feed you just the stuff to put in your food.
That's right. That's right. And he sleep with whoever he want to sleep with, men and women.
Right. Right. And you can't sleep with nobody unless he give you the approval.
That's right. That's right.
And then they have a sacred thing that they do where he's in this chair and men line up with no clothes on. His robe, but he ain't got nothing on either.
Yeah, he a freak. Then
lays down on the floor in front of him. And then he picks who he wants to
be with.
Yes, and everybody's got to sit there and watch. And that could be your woman.
Yeah, your child, anything. Whatever you say, go.
Oh my God. This is a mess. And I may start, oh Lord, I may have to tell that story one day. See, I watched that.
Yeah.
I love watching it because it was so much mystery. How these people just, oh Lord. And some people wanted to get out and you can't get out. He shames you and everything. Make everybody make fun of you. You be hoping that he kick you out, but it's hard to get kicked out. And they put you in sheds, containers, to teach you a lesson when you disobey without food and whoop you and punish you. Oh, we better listen to this. Oh, I'm glad I brought this up again because I haven't watched this yet, but I thought it was very beneficial. Oh, this is good. Well, they're out to lunch anyway, so.
NXIVM cult, and she's also the author of Scarred, the true story of how I escaped NXIVM, the cult that found my life. She also hosts the podcast A Little Bit Culty. Sarah Edmondson, welcome back to the program. Nice to have you.
So good to see you, Ashley. Thanks for having me.
So I'm sure that you've been watching the testimony in the Diddy trial, and I'm curious to see if you think Mia's words today track with the experiences that you and the fellow members of NXIVM went through with Ranieri at the head.
Absolutely. This testimony is really clearly showing a pattern of coercion and a pattern of violence, and I'm guessing that is what the prosecution is trying to show here.
Mm-hmm.
And, people have asked me, is this seem a bit culty? And I'm like, well, it's the exact same patterns of behavior. Is this textbook coercion? And I'm really grateful that she's brave enough to be able to stand there and speak the truth of what happened so that the jury can see this is not a one-off event. This is not a domestic relationship.
Yeah, so the cross-examination was sort of blistering and so repetitive, right? Like, why did you send these lovey-dovey messages to him while you were working for him and after you left? If this is a guy who beat you up physically, raped you a couple times, and beat up your best friend Cassie on a regular basis,
Could you understand the dynamic that she was trying to explain? I mean, she's not a professional, right? She's just trying to explain to the guy, and half the time she's saying, I don't understand why I did it. But could you understand when she said, I thought I was the bad guy, everybody else thought everything was fine, this was normal, and I'm the person who must have been, at fault.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, think about how young she was when she started working for him and how normalized this type of behavior was. She saw him treating everybody this way.
Right.
She had spaghetti thrown at her. She saw people getting hit. She had her own arm hurt. This is just life with Diddy. So this has become, I'm not saying this is okay. I'm saying for her, in her world, it became very normal. And I can totally understand why now she's sitting in this hot seat and she's being grilled and is having trouble finding the words. It makes me just want to reach out and hug her. And I really hope that the prosecution puts an expert on coercive control on the stand and can explain these things more clearly, because clearly she's struggling to wrap her head around it. I can see any one of those texts having another meaning other than I love you, such as she's trying to protect herself. She's trying to keep things status quo. She doesn't want to be attacked. She doesn't want to be sued. She doesn't want to be hurt. This guy has guns in this house. I totally see this as textbook, her protection of herself. And also remember, highs and highs and lows and lows. There were times when things were good with him and she often wrote things off as, oh, he was just drunk. This is a people-pleasing strategy, by the way. For an assistant to work with somebody like that, she has to be a people-pleaser. I'm not saying it's her fault, just pointing out a pattern. So she's dismissing these things and saying, maybe this happened, maybe that happened. She has to do that in order to keep her job. It's her livelihood. I understand that. And how many years was she with him? 8 years, I believe?
8, yeah.
A long time to normalize that kind of behavior. So it's very normal, and I was a little triggered reading about that line of questioning. The same thing happened in the Mexican trial.
Oh, well, that was my next question. Do you see the same prosecution tactics and, like you just said, the same defenses? And I'm going to add a question to that. So while you're answering that, you can continue and answer this. Is it working still? Is it chipping, has it been chipped away? Has the culture today chipped away at that kind of a defense working? So first question is, do you see the same trial playing out as did Keep Your Nearies? And is it as effective to use this kind of defense?
I honestly, I'm shocked that somebody of Sean Combs' wealth and influence hired somebody like Ignifiglo, in my opinion, who clearly wasn't able to help Keep Your Nearies.
Let me just say, that's shade if I ever heard one. She just shaded him. His power, Diddy's power and influence and money. And she hired him. Oh my God, that's shade. But Diddy controls him anyway. So he controlling all his lawyers. Ooh,
Yeah.
my God.
He telling them what they better do and better not do.
And who to testify and how to do it.
That's right. They say CC say he was in there just passing notes like he was at the horse races somewhere.
Oh Lord of mine.
And when the lawyer got through talking to Amir and treating her like dirt, say Diddy was just smiling. He was just smiling. And say the boys were smiling too.
Oh my God. Just like the old papa, huh?
Yeah. But they gonna be just like their old papa in jail too. Watch.
You're gonna be in jail right behind him.
Right behind old papa.
Old papa.
Protecting Keith and his alternative lifestyle. Why would this defense work here as well? I'm shocked. Also, please, because I don't think it's going to go well for him. It's this day and age to say that this is consensual and to say that these are, alternative lifestyles and maybe it's not normal. This is when fear is in the room, you cannot consent. This is same thing with us with Nexium. And just for the record, in the introduction, there was a mention of that I was sexually assaulted. I was not. I was one of the few who wasn't. And I think that's why I'm able to speak to you today, actually, because I don't have the same shame carried with my experience. Yes, it was embarrassing to recognize I fell for this con and everything. But most of the women, I think you'll recognize who went through Nexium with me, who were sexually assaulted.
She know what they're going through because she went through the same thing. Yeah. But thank God she wasn't SA, but she went through the whole thing too, the control and everything.
And you got to remember, Cassie had, after she got out of there, she had her husband and she had her mom and dad and her kids. So that kind of like helped her. Right. But this lady here, we don't know if she got anybody supporting her or encouraging her or standing up with her.
Right. That is true. And if you don't have that support, it can be hard on yourself.
That's right. Really and hard. Depending on what all he did, because he didn't have to do the same thing he did some of the same thing, but he could have did her worse than what he did Cassie.
That is true. The way she looks, oh Lord.
And then say she sit there with her hair in her face that she won't you. And the CC say that when she talk about Cassie or anybody else, she hold her head up and she speak very clear. But the moment you mention Diddy name, her head go down like a slave, and she got her hair in her face. So she
Right.
will not raise her head up. You can't hardly hear her talking. It's like when you mention his name, that power come over her. Ain't no
Right.
telling what kind of witchcraft that demon used. You know he was into all that devil worshiping stuff.
Right. And she plays, she fumbles with her hand when she's
Yeah.
looking.
Yeah.
It's like having something in your hand to do. So
Yeah.
she use her fingers to keep her calm.
Yeah. I
and
give her
everything.
credit for just being there, you
Just
know?
being able to get up and come back in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah. To come and speak her truth. Because I
And
know
then you
she's
got to
living in fear.
cross-examine her,
Yeah.
still like he was losing his mind.
He was. Ain't no telling
He
what
lost
Diddy
his
done
mind.
fed him. He lied to be slept with the devil too. You know Diddy like men.
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna say that because he, knowing him, devil like that would try to come after you. Allegedly. Okay, we're gonna hear it because she was a victim too of the Lanier, Keith Lanier cult. Even see, Hollywood got some bad stuff going on.
Yeah, they do.
Out there.
Yeah, they do. But you
If
know
you're
what? I
scared,
believe.
just don't live where they live. So you
Yeah.
always have an excuse. You don't live in you live somewhere else, not in
I don't.
Hollywood.
Yeah, I don't care what they do in this case. I believe because it was a miracle that Cassie lived. It was a miracle that she made it out of this. And I believe that God brought her out to take him down.
Right.
I believe that. And so
she almost overdosed twice. And,
yeah.
And during those other times, she could have been alive any of those times.
Yeah, she could have been paralyzed. The man was stomping her head, beating her in her head, stomping her on her back and her spinal cord. I mean, got her taking 5, 6, 7, 8 different drugs at one time. Come on here.
Wonder she can form complete sentences. I'm surprised when I see Cassie. I said to myself, wonder this woman ain't walking around somebody holding her hand to get her from one seat to the next. Wonder that she can walk. There's nobody's pushing her in a wheelchair, or she's not sitting somewhere and can't make day from night. She don't know when it's day or night. You have to. We just blessed that she's still here, that she's healthy, she's able to have a family and give have birth to 3 beautiful kids. That's just amazing. All the stuff he put up there. Oh my Lord. Oh.
And I understand when I see this case, there's so much shame these women are carrying. My heart goes out to them, and I wish that they knew that there are people out there who understand coercion, who see them and hear them and believe them. And when I hear the defense, it just makes me sick to my stomach, to be honest.
You're so insightful because I really am so curious as to how this jury is going to receive this line of questioning. Some people thought in the courtroom this was badgering a person who was a very authentic witness. Others cheered, saying, "Finally, he nailed it." That kind of mood. So it was a real split. And I'm just curious to find out if this is going to be effective. I would love to talk to you again about this, Eric, because I feel like this is going to continue a lot of the same tactics, the same strategies. So come back again.
I'd be happy to. I'll be following along with bated breath, just like with everybody else.
Also appreciate it again. Lilith Pelty, she does it with her husband Nippy, and it's a great podcast. Highly recommend it. All right, coming up next, look who had a June wedding on the beach. It's Pastor J.P. Miller, the embattled widower who lost his wife Micah Miller to suicide last year.
Okay. All right, that was good. That was really, really good. I'm glad that we was able to bring this up. Let me just make sure there's no more because I'm just checking to make sure there's nothing else about Diddy because it wasn't over. I'm just checking, guys. No, that was it. Okay, that was it. And let's see. I'm going to go back. I got my door cracked in case I'm needed outside the room. That was so good, guys. That was really, really good. Let's go back to outside the courthouse and everything. Okay. Let's go back outside the court. Y'all ready? I don't have time to do all this other stuff, but y'all ready? Y'all better be ready. Are y'all ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, they're back. They're reporting the same. This is Law and Crime. Remember the one we've been watching
Yeah.
from outside the courthouse? Here it is,
Yeah.
guys. Bring it on up for you. Oh my God, they're live. Once you get through speaking, I only paused it for not even 2 seconds, barely 2 seconds. This is a live. This is live, guys. And this is Elizabeth. She gives the update from the courtroom. She sits inside the courtroom for Law and Crime for Jesse. Team.
Was given $20,000. Eddie Garcia kept $30,000 to himself and actually used the money to buy a used car. Slowly got into what Eddie had to do in return for this money. And
Eddie Garcia is the person from the hotel. Remember?
Yeah.
So they took the $50,000. They took the money. I guess they say they needed it. I'm gonna go back just a little. Okay, y'all don't mind, dude.
Go ahead.
So we can see when she first come out. I'm trying to get it where she first come out.
So I was listening, taking notes, and all of a sudden I'm hearing screaming going on. And it's
Screaming! Oh Lord, we missed all that. Okay. It's not paused. Let me here it is, this plan. They just showing that, I guess. This is when they was at lunch. Soon as when they was at lunch, this was up. Since they got back, let me get back to. You see, they put this up when they're going to lunch. I'm trying to get past it.
Mm-hmm.
Going little by little. I don't want to go too far. Okay, let me see. Oh, no more.
Who has been inside that courtroom for every day of testimony and things that are not even testimony, including an outburst today. Apparently, somebody getting banned from court. Elizabeth, it's good to see you. Let's start with
outburst.
You're in court. What did somebody
Who
say?
outburst? Well, who shouted out?
Just this week, girl. Y'all better get in here. We getting ready to hear about this outburst. I don't know who did some outburst. Oh Lord. But you know what? They may get kicked out. Y'all better get in here. Hit that like button coming in. We getting ready to hear about this outburst. This is live. Okay, live from the courthouse outside. I'm just paused it for a moment so y'all can get in here. Right, Justice? Get your
That's
butts
right.
in here. Hit
Get
that
in
like
here.
button.
Get in here.
Who's that?
That's Mia.
That's Mia? You think?
That look like Mia. That hair.
No, wait now. Mia would have her hair dangling across the
Maybe,
front.
but if she having an outburst, it might be pushed back to the back. Who is that up on her like that? Some man got his arm around her shoulder
There's
there.
3 people. There's
Yeah.
one. There's 3 of them.
Maybe she been speaking no more.
One person. Can you see my little mouse rolling
Yeah,
around?
I see.
Okay,
I
there's
see it.
2, 3.
Yeah. What the heck going on?
Oh Lord, brace
What?
yourself. I just pray it's not Mia.
Okay.
Here we go. Jail calls. Did she just say jail calls?
Sound like it.
We're gonna go back just a little, guys. I'm sorry about that. We ain't gonna say nothing else, Justice, are we?
No, we ain't talking.
We ain't talking.
Welcome back, everybody. So we have with us longtime supporter Elizabeth Milner, who has been inside that courtroom for every day of testimony and things that are not even testimony related, including an outburst today. Apparently someone getting banned from court. Elizabeth, it's good to see you. Let's start with what happened here. So you're in court. What did somebody say? And also, I understand somebody else is now banned from being in that court.
Banned?
Banned. Somebody got thrown out.
This morning, it was outside of the presence of the jury. We were actually talking, or not we, as far as the press is going, but the arguments were about Mia's testimony and possibly introducing some jail calls. I was listening, taking notes, and then all of a sudden I'm hearing screaming going on. And it's from a woman who we've been kind of noticing has been causing a couple of troubles here and there, just as far as court goes. She was removed from the overflow room during jury selection, and she was removed from the main courtroom today during these arguments. And so I'm writing down my notes, I'm jotting everything down, but even just the backstory of this particular woman, we in the press have been referring to her as the MTA lady. It's not necessarily confirmed whether or not she actually works for MTA, but she always kind of comes in with an MTA jacket, and that's how we kind of have remembered her. So I'm just going to give you guys below that we have kind of had bets with amongst us in the press just about how long it would take before something like this were to happen again, because we were thinking that she would cause trouble just right off the bat, and then lo and behold, it didn't take very long for her to kind of stir up some trouble and for the marshals to escort her out. So from what I heard, it was just cussing, it was yelling, mainly from her, and then I saw just 4 marshals just try to grab her. She was saying things along the lines of, oh, use your gun against me, that type of thing, and she was threatened, I believe, with a taser, but that didn't happen. We didn't see any of that. And so from our understanding is after this incident, after kind of the marshals escorted her outside of the courtroom, as far as what was going on inside for the judge, he went back to business as usual, but from my understanding, she was just kind of dismissed from the courthouse altogether, and likely won't be able to come back in, and likely won't be able to come back in the courtroom too. But even as far as just the incident of somebody revealing Mia's true identity, and I got saying this over a live stream or in a video, that type of thing, that was also brought up shortly after the incident of the woman having an outburst inside the courtroom today. And so what we did learn about that, it was somebody who was actually sitting on our side of the press, not with a NYC verified press credential, nothing like that, but it's been kind of alleged somebody sitting on our side who kind of works for a blog or a media outlet, that type of thing, and that after court yesterday was doing this video, doing this live stream, and was essentially talking about Mia and wasn't referring to Mia as her pseudonym, was instead referring to Mia as her true identity. And so,
wait now, they don't supposed to do that. They don't supposed. I can't believe that person was doing that. Justice, justice, justice. So if she's doing a live outside the courtroom and she's using Mia's real name, they've been trying to keep this contained since Friday.
But the attorney doxed her yesterday. He put her name out there. Didn't your name used to be such and such? That's what he asked. He put her name out there yesterday. And her name's supposed to be anonymous. She's supposed to be Mia, supposed to be her cover name.
Right.
But Diddy's attorney did that yesterday.
Well, we know on Friday they had discussions up there at the bench where the judge was over the fact that somehow her name was being floating around from allegedly, in my opinion, I think somebody in the courtroom recognized her and found her name and put it on out there. So it was out there doing inside the courtroom, okay? And they've been trying to get this on the situation, but it was said that she is still Mia in the courtroom, and nobody's supposed to reveal her information.
Yeah,
protective custody for that, okay? Protection for that. But after the court case was over, all over social media at Friday and Saturday, there was a video going around, shows her talking on a live or something. Right?
So, okay.
So people know, and some people have been asking if anybody's seen it, send it to them or whatever, because they want to see. They want to just check to make sure, but they're not going to put her information out there. They want to just see the video to make sure that's her. But
I want to know who hollered out in the courtroom.
I do too.
Okay, give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back, Pinkie. Let me go somewhere.
Okay, you go ahead and do what you got to do.
Okay, I'll be right
Okay.
back.
Okay, take your time. Bye-bye. Okay, here we go, guys. Oh my God. I don't know who this woman is, but I think this is that was a third warning. They was talking about tasing her, but they did. Here we go, guys. Whew, too much to handle. This is a live update. This is live, guys.
Discussed with the judge today is that she didn't see this individual inside the courtroom today, so there was no further, I guess, talk about what was to happen next. But if this person were to show up once again, then they'll definitely not be allowed back into the courtroom, and I doubt even into the overflow room at this point either.
Well, Elizabeth, that is quite a way to start the day. Let me tell you something. We just got a super chat comment from Donnie ZTV. Great reporting, Elizabeth Milner. So there you go. So you got a bunch of fans online. But talking about that, talk to me real quick so I can get back to the court in a little bit. Eddie Garcia takes the stand.
Yeah.
You and I talked about him yesterday because yesterday he was intending to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. Piers spoke about what's he going to say, what did he do wrong, and he was granted immunity to testify. So this former security guard from the Intercontinental Hotel, what were the highlights of his testimony?
Testimony. So yes, we did see him invoke his Fifth Amendment right as far as self-incrimination goes. Excuse me, just yesterday, and then we saw him actually take the stand today. And so he was questioned by AUSA Mitzi Steiner, and so the basis or the kind of the meat of his testimony had to kind of be surrounded by what had happened on March 5th of 2016. Anyone who has been following this case knows that that was the exact day of the Intercontinental Hotel incident. And so what we learned from Eddie Garcia is that he is now 33 years old. However, at the time that this incident occurred, he was just 24 years old. He was working for Securitas, who we kind of know a little bit about from Officer Israel Flores' testimony, who was one of the first witnesses called by the government to testify essentially against Sean Combs, aka Diddy. So we were learning just about who the director of security was, and that was a man named Bill Medrano. The assistant director of security was Officer Israel Flores. And so Eddie Garcia was talking about how he's still friends with Israel Flores. Saw him a couple weeks ago, but it didn't talk about the substance of their testimony. But Garcia said he saw a TikTok about his testimony. So I thought that part was interesting. So we see an exhibit photo of the employee sign-in sheet where you see on the day of this incident that we see Eddie had worked from 2 p.m. to 1:30 in the morning. And so we saw some extra overtime because he normally gets off at 10 p.m., but instead on that day, he got out at 1:30 in the morning. And so he was saying after this incident occurred that we know from Officer Israel Flores' testimony that Diddy was kind of trying to buy his way out of this, trying to say like, hey, I got some money, can you make this go away? But then from Eddie Garcia's perspective, he said he got a phone call from somebody, and it wasn't necessarily Diddy at first, but he's heard from him today that Christina Quorum had called him, and he said he was even kind of nervous and a little apprehensive about how Christina Quorum got not only his work number.
So Christina Quorum, KK, gave him a call. That's Diddy's right-hand woman. And remember, I said, now she also worked for Diddy for about 8 years, too. She's the director of Diddy's office, the executive office. She does everything. She runs Diddy's life, basically. She's the executive of the she's the director of Diddy's office. Executive offices. KK, Christina Quorum. And he got a call from her. Oh, do tell. See, I tell y'all, hit that like button coming in. It don't cost a thing.
But his personal cell phone number too. And so then there was kind of a sidebar, and the sidebar was pretty lengthy because right before the sidebar had happened, Christina Quorum said something along the lines to Eddie Garcia that Diddy was intoxicated that night and didn't remember what was going on, but they were pretty much trying to obtain the one and only version of that security tape. They wanted to buy it off of the hotel, and initially they were going to purchase it for about $50,000. However, Diddy gave them double that amount. He gave them $100,000, and that money was divvied up pretty much. It was divvied up $50,000 to the director, or it was divvied up $50,000 to Bill, who was the director of security. Henry Elias, who also works at the hotel, was given $20,000. Eddie Garcia kept $30,000 to himself and actually used the money to buy a used car. Then we kind of slowly got into what Eddie had to do in return for this money, and that was to sign an NDA. We saw kind of a copy of this NDA inside the courtroom where it was pretty much saying that you're not to discuss this, you're signing away that you are giving away the one and only copy. And as far as Eddie Garcia is concerned, he said the next time he saw this video, because he thought that he had turned over the one and only copy.
All right, Pinkie.
He thought that was
okay. They're talking about splitting up the money, what they did with the money.
Oh, okay. I got the info. I got your
Okay.
info for you.
Okay, let me just say this. One person got 50, one person got 30, Garcia got 30, and then another person got 20.
Yeah.
What's going on?
The person they took out of the court and banned her was a Diddy supporter. She was
Oh,
in there screaming, "This is his legacy. Y'all trying to ruin his legacy." And say the sheriff, the marshals, the United States Marshals say, "Ma'am, you're gonna have to leave out of here." "No, I'm not going nowhere." "Ma'am, you two of them, three of them, they got around her. Come on, ma'am, you got to go. Shoot your gun. Excuse me, shoot your pow. Shoot your pow then. That's what you got to do. Shoot your pow. Y'all trying to destroy his legacy."
oh
Oh, she
my.
was clowning in there, and they packed her ASS out of there.
And
They
you know what?
packed her
Seems
out.
like they've been keeping an eye on her for the last 2 days.
Yeah,
I guess
she's
they
gonna be
been doing
charged
good.
now. She's gonna be charged because she threatened and fought with the marchers. You know that was a setup.
That was a straight up. You know
Yeah,
it.
that was a set. And
Just like them people that would be paid to walk around in the t-shirts and stuff
yeah,
outside and
yeah.
paid to do this and stuff. She was paid to probably
Yeah, she was
walk.
paid to come in there and clown. But let me tell you what they didn't expect. Lord, I told you, Pinkie, God got his hand on this case. Listen, when she did that, the United States government lawyer said, "All right, y'all act the fool with Mia and say that everything Mia said was a lie. We can prove it ain't, because we wasn't gonna bring his jailhouse tapes in. We bringing them in as evidence. And the jailhouse tapes prove everything Mia said because he was talking on tape. Some of the tapes we never even heard yet."
It's not so the one we heard just one. So it's
That's right. That's right. But he got plenty of tapes where he talking to different people, talking to his staff, talking to his children, and the prosecutor said, "Now, to prove that what she said was true, Your Honor, we want to bring them tapes in for evidence." And his lawyer sitting there with their mouth hanging open. Didn't look like he want to cry. Yeah, that dirt they did to. I told you, God said in his word, "I'll make everything that the enemy do to you, I'll make it work for you. I'll make it work for you." And that's what God is doing. All the dirt his lawyers are doing, God take that dirt, and now the tape's being put in for evidence because y'all did that dirt.
They did the dirt.
Mm-hmm. It's getting good. It's getting good.
It's getting good.
Yep. And that what you're looking at right now is about Garcia. We're gonna look at it. I ain't gonna tell nothing about it except one thing. When he got through testifying, it
Come on,
proved
Garcia.
racketeering, it proved RICO, and they had NDA signed that was so long. How could you have an NDA signed at that moment like that there? So they just make copies of stuff. So come to find out, a lot of stuff you got people signing ain't even legal.
Oh, and when you're being called, that NDA don't say that
Don't
you
mean
can't
nothing.
reach
Yeah,
out for help. You can't.
that's
You
right.
can still call if you need to call for help to the 911 or call for help. You still can
That's
report a
right.
crime. It doesn't
That's
say
right.
you can't report a crime if that person do something and did
Yeah,
something.
yeah. The NDA say I won't tell your business, but it does not say I'm
Don't
gonna
say
keep quiet when you doing a crime.
if you're gonna try to assault me or
Yeah,
RAP me, I'm gonna call.
but see, people who don't know the law don't know the law. He telling them anything. If you open your mouth, that means I can sue you. If you open your mouth, you can be sent to prison because you signed the
That's what they
NDA.
told them doing
Yeah.
HR during the hiring process. When they signed
Mm-hmm.
the NDA, they told them you can't report nothing about Diddy. You can't.
Yeah, yeah.
You
For 200 years. For 200 years. Now you know that's a lie. 200 years, I won't even be here.
That is true. You won't even be here.
200 years.
This is live, so I'm going to catch up with this. This is
Okay.
getting good. This is from Sharon. Thank you, Sharon. It is getting good. So, they're talking about Garcia on the stand right now. Let me just
Yeah.
go an inch. Here we go.
And after this incident occurred, that we know from Officer Israel Flores' testimony that Diddy was kind of trying to buy his way out of this, trying to say like, "Hey, I have some money. Can you make this go away?" But then from Eddie Garcia's perspective, he said said he got a phone call from somebody, and it wasn't necessarily Diddy at first, but he's heard from him today that Christina Quorum had called him, and he said he was even kind of nervous and a little apprehensive about how Christina Quorum got not only his work number but his personal cell phone number too. And so then there was kind of a sidebar, and the sidebar was pretty lengthy because right before the sidebar had happened, Christina Quorum said something along the lines to Eddie Garcia that Diddy was intoxicated that night and didn't remember what was going on, but they were pretty much trying to obtain the one and only version of that security tape. They wanted to buy it off of the hotel, and initially they were going to purchase it for about $50,000. However, Diddy gave them double that amount. He gave them $100,000, and that money was divvied up pretty much. It was divvied up $50,000 to the director, or it was divvied up $50,000 to.
So that proves the bribery right there. You know that, Justice? That proves the bribery, guys.
Yeah, and that proved the enterprise is in operation too.
Right. That is true. Because it's not just Diddy, but two people.
Yeah.
Yes.
He paid them. That means they work for him. Even though they work for the hotel, they now was working for him. They was on two jobs in one day. They was working for the hotel and working for him.
And how did Diddy get his cell number?
These people something else.
KK got it. KK had his cell number, so that means they had to investigate them people working at that hotel. And so they knew what they can do and what. Okay.
Bill, who was the director of security, Henry Elias, who also works at the hotel, was given $20,000. Eddie Garcia kept $30,000 to himself and actually used the money to buy a used car. Then we kind of slowly got into what Eddie had to do in return for this money, and that was to sign an NDA. We saw kind of a copy of this NDA inside the courtroom, where it was pretty much saying that you're not to discuss this, or signing away that you are giving away the one and only copy. And as far as Eddie Garcia is concerned, he said the next time he saw this video, because he thought that he had turned over the one and only copy through a thumb drive to Diddy, he thought that was done. He thought that this incident was over. He was going about his business until he saw the video once again playing on CNN. And it's a video that a lot of us have seen at this point, and possibly even some jurors too.
Yeah, I find that fascinating because legitimately, you know, this goes, as we've been talking about, to the bribery allegation, one of the underlying crimes.
That let you know.
Clearly, the issue of him.
That let you know that somebody made a copy.
Yeah.
That dude.
Yeah.
Somebody made a copy, and somebody probably got paid a little more to get that copy.
Yep.
Oh my Lord.
What they say, you can run, but you can't hide.
They thought it was all over. They gone by their merry own way, driving. Oh Lord. And the Dippler thinking, and KK thinking, this is all behind us.
Yeah.
Oops.
Job well done.
Right. God had a new plan.
Thank you.
We're gonna
Thank
expose you.
Yep. In fact, the word of God says, in a little while, your enemies will be no more.
Right.
In a little while, he won't be a threat to Cassidy no more. He'll be doing 100 years.
Oh my Lord. Let me go ahead. It's just getting good. Yeah, they didn't report it. They did not report that incident, and that's a beating caught on tape. They all, oh Lord. Then they didn't report it to the hotel, the owner, the hotel. Seemed like they all took the tape and said, we're going to get rich and we ain't telling nobody.
Yeah, and it was on the hotel clock.
Right.
They was working for the hotel. So whoever you let do me, whoever you let do me wrong, now I can sue the hotel because you the employee.
They probably gonna lose their job now.
Oh, they gonna lose their job. They gonna lose their job. That ain't no question about this.
You're gonna lose your job.
You gonna lose your job. You gonna lose your job.
Examination went pretty quick, so we saw an exhibit photo of the NDA again, but exclusions from the NDA, where it said.
I bet you Diddy sitting there sick to his stomach.
Because he thought that was already taken care of.
Yeah, he was so happy yesterday.
Yeah, I'm just trying.
It's amazing what 24 hours can bring.
far as
Mhm.
Garcia is concerned, he said the next time he saw this video, because he thought that he had turned over the one and only copy through a thumb drive to Diddy, he thought that was done. He thought that this incident was over. He was going about his business until he saw the video once again playing on CNN. And it's a video that a lot of us have seen at this point, and possibly even some jurors too.
Yeah, I find that fascinating because legitimately, this goes, as we were talking about, to the bribery allegation, one of the underlying crimes of racketeering. And clearly, the issue of him not being essentially bought off and not being cooperative with law enforcement and not reporting it, you could see why he needs some sort of protection. Real quick, I know you have to jump back, but in 1 minute, 2 minutes, what was the cross-examination about?
Yeah, the cross-examination went pretty quick. So we saw an exhibit photo of the NDA again, but exclusions from the NDA, where it said a disclosure of confidential information in response to valid order by a court or other government body, or B, as otherwise required by law, will not be breach of this agreement or a waiver of confidentiality for other purposes. And we saw the non-disparagement portion of that NDA, and that was non-disparagement against Holmes or Holmes parties. And then the final question from Brian Jeffy in the cross-examination is whether or not Eddie Garcia went to law enforcement with this information. And then, spoiler alert for the redirect, he was kind of asked that same question, and he said he did report it to law enforcement. It just wasn't police, it wasn't LAPD. Instead, it was federal agents when he had first talked about this incident and everything that came afterwards, too.
All right, very interesting stuff. Elizabeth Milner, as always, great reporting. Thank you so much for taking the time. And I know you got to get a good season. What's going to happen next in that club? Thanks, Elizabeth. All right, so let me get now to this. We have a question from Legs7K for all three of my guests. Afi, I'll start with you. But it says, hey, Jesse, how does Rich, Afi, and Candace see the next 3 weeks going with this trial? Or what would they like to see come into play next? Afi, I start with you. I don't know if we can hear you, Afi. I don't know if you're muted. We got to work. Okay, I'll tell you what. As we work on Afi, let me go to Candace. Candace, I'll start with you.
So what I want to see is receipts. I want to see digital trails, which is what we are getting to, right? With the money, who oversaw the transactions, so that we could see the connection of all of this happening. Because a lot of this happened cash transactions. So I want to see that. I also need to look at this whole RICO conspiracy. Who are the other people? I want to hear from security guards. I have to hear from those people who are protecting Holmes, because Holmes wasn't driving himself around. Holmes wasn't, going out and getting cameras. He was getting other people to get this. All of those people who haven't heard from, who were protecting him, those are the people who are going to be key. I think we would definitely hear from them, and I think that we need to.
Rich?
Yeah, I sort of agree with that. I think we need to see the bona fides of the RICO claim here. I think we need to see what exactly the enterprise it is. There are conspiracy allegations here. We need to see somewhat of an agreement to commit criminal predicate acts and a pattern of racketeering activity. That's what RICO is. It's not abuse. It's not domestic violence. It is a pattern of racketeering activity, and I do think we need to, I think we need to follow the money, we need to connect it to the accounts, and we need to put the whole enterprise together so that we can make this RICO claim stick.
So I'm going to get Afi's answer to this later on. I know we're working on some technical issues with her, but Candace, I'll throw another question for you. I was just talking about Eddie Garcia's testimony. This is a question from RSS. Are there any penalties for Eddie initially lying to the police about the Intercontinental Hotel video?
Well, not now. Now he has immunity.
Right, he got immunity.
If he lies on the stand or was lying today, that's one thing, because if he hurt himself, that's not protected. But he came in yesterday, he signed what he needed to do in order to be protected for today. And because it was a subpoena, he said he didn't want to be here, obviously, but he came full throttle, but he's safe so far.
Candace, let me throw another question to you. This is from Rel. Can you bribe someone who's not a law enforcement officer?
Well, sure. Sure, you can bribe someone that's not a law. You can really bribe anyone, especially if the goal is to
Yeah, you can bribe anybody. It don't matter if they're a garbage man. You can bribe them. Take these 5 garbage cans and don't tell nobody.
Right. You're right.
Maybe the law would be illegal. Certainly that bribery would stick like anybody else.
So again, we're taking your questions in right now. We're also waiting for court to start. We will give you real-time updates and a real-time breakdown for the next hour or so. Because we don't even miss any moment of this trial. Rich, I'll go to you. We got a question from Fragility.
I can't wait till they come for the mama.
Does jeopardy apply only to federal, or can a state press similar charges?
So a state could press theoretically different charges. I don't usually see a state prosecuting RICO charges anyway, since that's a federal statute. But remember, there are issues because a lot of the things we're talking about are a long time ago and out of the statute of limitations. So I don't really know. I'd have to sort all through it to see if a state could still make some hay here if he's acquitted.
And the argument against the prosecution is because there are statute of limitations issues. taken these allegations, and again, this is the argument for the defense of people in Sean Combs camp, they've manufactured it, they've transformed it into a complicated federal case. There are those, even though we're talking about sex, still don't see racketeering, still don't see sex trafficking, it feels like a reach. I don't think they've reached those elements, but this is why you can bring similar conduct that may have had an overlap with state charges, right? I mean, the 2016 attack, theoretically, it could have been charged at the state level for that, but it was too old. Obviously, now we know there's issues where the video was. But at the same time, it could be evidence of racketeering or evidence of sex trafficking. So you see that overlap there. Okay, Candace, got a question from Christina Lester. Why is arson such a specific predicate of RICO? If he'd just taken a baseball bat or golf club to Kid Cudi's car, would it not qualify for RICO?
Well, listen, there are 35 predicate crimes that you need for RICO. It has to be on that list. This is what the law was determined to be in 1970, albeit for mafia. But it happens to be on that list, and that's why arson is specific. It is a very serious crime, right? It's a misdemeanor on any level. So because it's so serious, and because it was involved with so many people in terms of at a mafia level, it made the list. It just has to be one of these things on the list, and that's why it's important. It has to be on that list.
I've got a question here, Rich, from Lisa. That's a great question. KK, so Christina Corcoran.
Oh, yes.
Former chief of staff, right? Personal assistants, I would say. This is somebody who actually dedicated another sidebar to yesterday about her role in the information. KK has now been implicated at the hotel trying to get the tape and calling the security guard. Is she part of RICO and will have to get immunity? So will she testify?
I don't know if she'll testify. That's an interesting question. I don't know if they've offered her immunity to testify, or
I think they did.
If she hasn't been offered
I
immunity,
hope so.
instead of testifying because she would be implicating herself. So I don't actually know what's going to happen. She's very clearly part of what the prosecutors are paying to be a criminal enterprise. She's the chief of staff. She is, in theory, carrying out his bidding. She's the person who goes out to find this videotape so that he can retrieve it because they know there's very bad evidence happening.
Poppy, I think you're back with us. Can you hear me?
Let me bring us up to date with this. I'm going to bring it down so I can bring it completely up to date just in case, because I know we're behind. So let me just bring it up to date. We're just behind just a few minutes, and it's still live. So I'm going to show you what when I bring it up to date.
Hearsay is something that happens outside of what the actual person actually say that you saw was a part of. So it's hearsay coming from somebody else.
This is what it's showing now.
Oh, okay.
Like that's ingrained in us.
Huh? What you say, Justice?
No, I just said okay.
All right. Let me see. While we keep this on, I want to see, make sure there's nothing else happening, because they're answering questions from the people that's in the live. So they're answering a lot of questions, but I want to see what else is going on outside. But I always keep, this is law and crime with Jesse and everything. I have to keep that near and dear. Let me just check right quick. Okay. Let me see what else we got going on here. We've been on this 4 hours and 5 minutes. Ooh, wow. Whew. Yesterday I was live for 4 hours and I think 15 or 18 minutes. So wow. I want to see what's going on outside, on the outside right quick with anybody else. But let me just see. Anything I missed that I meant to bring to you all? Let me see. I want to bring, I put this up in here for some reason. I put it in my list because I make my list of stuff. I have a list of things I'd be wanting to do. And I put it on my list for that morning or on my slide in order or in another place. I put them all together. And sometimes I bring those out or sometimes I don't, or sometimes I may just go see what's going live out there. But this is in my list and it's in there for something. It's only 2 minutes and 55 seconds. And I'm going to bring it up.
Okay. While you bring that up, Pinkie, I'm gonna go check around the streets.
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
Guys, I'm getting ready to show you this, and I think y'all appreciate this. I really do. Because you know how I brought up Bernie Mac yesterday, and then today I brought up TLC. Okay, so I'm always going, and because don't forget Aaliyah too. I don't know what's be going on, guys. Y'all got to help me with this one. But anyway, I'm getting ready to pull this up for everybody. Let me get it up. Wait now, is that the one? Let me see. Oh, I see what that one is. Okay, here it is. Let me go ahead and bring it up, guys. Whew. Sad story. Everybody remembers this, but it ties into all of this, okay? It makes you think not just of the people that's on the stand or the people that's testifying or that had testified. It also puts in, just like they showed, we watched the what is his name? David Lanier, Robert Lanier, David Lanier. But anyway, that cult, and they was talking about how it's so similar. Okay, but always people, there's ties to this thing, just like the Angela Stone, TLC, Left Eye. I won't let it go. But that don't mean you should end up unalive for it. But this information will be down in my description box below my video, guys. And it's real short. It's only 2 minutes and 54 seconds. But here we go.
Get right to ABC's Cecilia Vega, who joins us live from the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles. Cecilia?
Yes, good morning, George. It happened here at 3:43 yesterday afternoon when a member of Houston's entourage located her body inside this hotel.
Oh,
so far, police.
I'm sorry, guys. I thought I had pulled it up. I'm so sorry. I'm sitting here watching it here, and I thought it was up. Okay, here we go.
Let's get right to ABC's Cecilia Vega, who joins us live from the Beverly Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles. Cecilia?
Yes, good morning, George. It happened here at 3:43 yesterday afternoon when a member of Houston's entourage located her body inside this hotel.
6 years
ago. So far, police and the coroner are refusing to offer details about what may have caused her tragic death. Exactly what happened inside the iconic Beverly Hilton remains a mystery. Paramedics raced to the 4th floor and found a lifeless Whitney Houston inside her hotel room bathtub. They tried in vain to resuscitate her with CPR.
At 3:55 p.m. this afternoon, Whitney Houston was pronounced dead at the Beverly Hilton Hotel.
The scene inside her room was chaotic. ABC has learned it appears members of Houston's entourage found her unresponsive body and called hotel security. But just about a half hour earlier, Houston's mother, Sissy, reportedly spoke to her daughter and said nothing was out of the ordinary. Houston's cousin, Dionne Warwick, also reportedly spoke to her over the phone earlier in the day and said everything seemed fine. Houston was staying at the hotel to attend music industry executive Clive Davis's annual pre-Grammy bash. It is the same event where she was introduced to the record industry nearly 3 decades ago. Hours after her death, the party still went on, but the scene was surreal. The Beverly Hills Crime Lab parked outside. Paparazzi camped out waiting for Houston's body to emerge. Inside, a star-studded lineup of speeches and songs. Her final days were marked by questions about her sobriety. Houston's stay at the Beverly Hilton involved heavy partying, according to news reports, and then early Friday morning, what would become Houston's final performance. She sang a duet with Grammy nominee Kelly Price at a party at a Hollywood nightclub. Houston was there with her daughter having a good time, but after cheers on stage, These photos of the disheveled, bloated, and agitated Houston leaving. She reportedly had blood dripping down her legs, scratches on her wrist, and had to be escorted from the club. But the people who knew her said she was simply sweating from her performance.
There was nothing wrong. There was nothing wrong. She was singing. She was dancing. She was laughing. She was playing. I'm going to remember her just like that because that's the Whitney that I always have the pleasure of being around.
The pop superstar would be dead the next day. Now, one report says Whitney Houston was found with prescription drugs inside her room here at the Beverly Hilton and that she may have drowned in the bathtub. Whatever happened, the coroner says if an autopsy is performed, it could be a day or two before that's done. Robin?
And until then, we just don't know. Cecilia, thank you.
Okay, guys. Y'all heard that. I brought that to you because some of the same players are there. Some of the same people are there. And she's another casualty of war. You know, they can't keep you in line. You get pneumonia or you end up in the tub. What's so crazy, they continue business as usual. Grammys went on. Yeah, that's what I found was so, that's low down and dirty. This woman just passed away. Her unalive body is still upstairs. And y'all down there hooping it up and having a great old time. Hooping it up. Let's hoop it up. There's no way I would have been a part of that. I would have never been a part of that. Think about the people that was in her hotel room before this happened. One of them, I ain't gonna say his name. He was running with a coat over his head out the back door, trying to get into a car with a coat over his head, trying to hide his face. I think he's a handler. Yeah. Just my opinion. But yeah, a lot of stuff be going on. A lot of things be going on. And you never know. But I just wanted to bring that to you. Let's check and see what's going on outside. Let me we're gonna go see what's going on outside at the courthouse. Okay, wait there. They got something else going on the this is from the same channel that shows the live for me, which is Law and Crime Network with Jesse. Oh, wait, they're asking me to choose. I forgot to even set it up for it first. Okay. They're still live, so I'm going to bring it to you. And they're saying something, I don't know. Okay, let's see what they're saying now. This information will be in the description box. Okay, so
penalty. They're freezing all of his assets and taking those assets to pay any fees that he may be assessed, but also to pay back any victims. So he's got.
Let me go back a little.
And then the final question from Brian Steele, who did the cross-examination, was whether or not Eddie Garcia went.
Oh, we heard that part.
But you can mix and match.
We listened to the comments. So this is recently.
How are we doing on the compilation video? Defense says we still object. The judge says the compilation is put together. Yes. We would like, the prosecutor says we would like some material to be taken down and other relief. This may be compilation video from the hotel security. Not entirely sure. I need a little bit more emphasis on that. Hopefully we'll figure it out. Okay, got a question for you, Rich. Shy asks, shouldn't Combs bring down the others in the circle? Shouldn't he take the stand?
Well, those are two separate questions. No, he should not take the stand. I can't imagine in a million years he's going to take a stand. I don't know. I mean, I can't.
I thought he said he wanted
think
to.
of why you would put him on the stand when he's subject to cross-examination.
Yeah. I thought he wanted to.
Bring down the house if and when he determines that he's going down. That's for him to consider. I can't give him advice on that.
Yeah, bring them all in.
CNN had published the surveillance video. We all saw it last year. It might have been compiled from multiple camera angles, again, March 5th of 2016. And the question is the accuracy of it. What does it actually depict? Was it distorted in any way? And so there might be more of a conversation about the compilation video that would be shown to the jurors. So we'll get a little more question about that. Okay, Candace, Mary Smith asks, do you think that the jury watches about the case? Well, I'll tell you one thing, they shouldn't be watching this in the lunch break, but do you think they read or watch anything about the case? Serious question.
I'm hoping that they do not.
If they watch or whatever, what we're going to do, I just want to see what is going on outside, because we 4 hours and 17 minutes in before we leave. So let me just get in here and see what's going on the outside right quick. Give me 1 minute to see. I'm trying to see, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and go with, let me see. I'm going to see whether they're showing live outside. Let me see. I'll go back down. I'm going to see what they're showing. Okay. They are live, but they're not showing outside. Okay. This is just 3 hours ago. I don't know why they're still talking. Okay, no, they're saying they're talking about no, I don't want to do that. Okay, guys. Oh, that's Justice. Hi, Justice. Oh, let me try to bring you up. Justice, try in fact, okay, let me see, can I bring you up now? Okay.
Yeah.
First, it's hard to bring you up. We've been on 4 hours and 19 minutes. I was trying to see what was going on outside. Not much. Everybody's talking about what's going on inside the trial. But
well, one thing going on outside, Pinkie, you know, the other day, I don't know if you heard about it, but you heard about Gene Deal got into it with one of the content creators.
Yeah, I know who.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, but they told him don't show up down there no more. But Gene Deal just walked up. Gene Deal just walked up and got a crowd around him. He said he go where he want to go.
Yeah, I saw a video on that yesterday too.
Yeah, well, he just walked up a while ago.
Yeah,
and
I know is in with him.
Oh, this guy, the one you just showing, Javez or whatever his name is, the security person,
Jesse,
the security person who got the, you know, they got the $100,000.
Garcia, you talking about?
Yeah, Garcia. Yeah. He telling what all Diddy did at that meeting. He said he was so scared because he knew this was illegal. He said, but he told him, well, how can we do this without her permission? Because if she called the police, they're gonna want to know what happened to the tape. And so Diddy did a video call to somebody. He said, I couldn't see her face, whoever it was, but he said it was Cassie. I couldn't see her face. And he said, tell them that you want this to disappear too. And the lady said, yeah, I want that to disappear too. But she never showed her face.
And they don't know her voice from nobody else.
Exactly. So he could have called anybody.
He called his mom, anybody.
Exactly. Probably did.
Called any one of his assistants.
That's right. But wait a minute. He goes, he said, I told you, I'm gonna do this here for 50,000. Diddy goes and get a stack of money in a brown paper bag, come back in with a money counter, the thing that counts money. Put the money in there. It says 100,000. He said, I told you 50. He said, I'm giving you an extra 50. Gave him 100. Yeah, gave him 100,000. And the officer, the police, the regular police that he was calling didn't show. A new guy showed up. The one that he had in his pocket didn't show. The new guy showed up. That's why he gave him 100,000, so you can give the new guy something. And say he made a copy of his driver's license, the new cop driver's license, and the manager's driver's license. He made a copy of their driver's license. Had them all to sign this NDA. He say, and about 3 months, 6 months later, he gets a phone call. It's the diddler. And he says, did anybody ever ask about that tape? And he told him, no, nobody never said nothing. He said, that's what I like. He said, if you ever need some, just give me a call. That's what the diddler told him. So about a year later, he out of work. So he calls the diddler. He said he called him during Easter time and said, and so he didn't get an answer. So he left a message in his DMs. I need a job, my friend. But Diddy never answered him, never called him back, nothing. He figured he got everything he want. He said, and when they walked out the room, Diddy's security guard told him, it's going to be all right. This the machine working now. It's going to be all right. If you keep him happy, man, the sky is the limit. I work for him and he's great. He'll never forget what you do for him. He's telling this dude this stuff. The dude she said he was shaking like a leaf on a tree because he was scared. Say he ain't never seen nothing like this here. He said, and the guy was telling him, say, when he stepped on that elevator, say Diddy was standing there smiling. I got you. Everything gonna be all right. Don't worry about it. Just and told him, check the cloud. Make sure ain't nothing in the cloud. And so he called his boss and asked his boss, say, is it anything in the cloud? And the boss said, no, everything is out. He said, but evidently everything wasn't out because they got it.
They got it. CNN got it. Ooh, Lord, thank God for CNN.
Thank God for whoever sent it to him.
Yes. And let me just say, everything is alleged. Everything is alleged. And because I don't, it's alleged. Everything just alleged what Justice said, just in case, because we don't want nobody coming back to us or nobody coming back to us. This is just hearsay until then, because we got to protect the channel at all costs. But that fits in with some of the other stuff that's been going on that we was hearing. Oh my God. Oh my God. You got back just in time too, because oh my God. Well, guys, just about some hot tea for you. Not hot lemon water, because mine is cold.
My coffee got cold too.
my lemon water is still sitting here, and it's cold.
Yes.
I got a little of it left.
Oh, the CFO or the CCO, whatever they are going to be testifying after they get through with Garcia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. This is somebody who worked for the organization.
I probably know. I think I had another name that works for the organization in my notes. I know I got Christina. I got Eddie.
Yeah, this is somebody who handles the money.
Huh?
Oh, this is somebody who handles money. Oh, one more thing, let me tell you. The CC said that the prosecutor asked this security person, say, so he said,
Who is Cece?
it's a content creator.
Oh Lord, you got to be careful.
Yeah, I don't use no name. That's why I say CC.
Because I don't want nobody coming back over
No,
here.
that's not the name. That's the word, content creator.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I use CC.
Okay.
The content creator said that Diddy asked him, he said, let me walk you out. When the guy got the money, Diddy say, you want to count it? He said, no, I trust the machine. I trust the money counter. So he put the $100K in the bag, and Diddy told him, let me walk you out. This is what the guy testifying on the stand. Diddy say, let me walk you out.
Because he got something he want to tell him.
Yeah, so when they walking out, Diddy says, don't buy no big purchases all at once. Don't put the money in the bank. So he telling him how to do organized crime. Because if you put it in the bank, it's a trail. Right. If you go buy something big and the guy say he was only making $10 an hour. Diddy told him don't buy nothing big. Don't put no money in the bank. And he's saying he followed the instructions. And so that's why he
bought a brand new car.
Yeah, $30,000. He said he bought a car for $30,000. That's the only thing he bought. He say that's why he needed the immunity, because he didn't report the money.
All right, the IRS will come snooping no matter how you got the money.
They coming now that they know this here. They gonna come now.
They're gonna come now, knocking.
And they also gonna come to Diddy, because if you paid that out, did you report that on your income tax, mister?
That's a lot of money to report out.
I'm telling you, in one day.
$10 an hour, that's $30,000 or $50,000 or $20,000.
Yeah.
That's still a lot of money.
Yeah, for 8 hours worth of work, and you didn't even work 8 hours. What's that like? By what, $10,000 an hour?
Yeah. So, oh my Lord, this trial is going to have so many turns and twists, and I think we're just getting down into the people that needs immunity.
But you know what's going to happen? Because he going down, Pinkie. He going down. The evidence is that just that one testimony right there.
Right.
That confirms that Rico and all that. That confirmed the enterprise right there.
Right.
He going down, but you know what? He ain't gonna go down by himself. He taking them with him. It's already little bitty tapes leaking on Jay and Bay, and nobody know where they're coming from. I know. His sons. He telling them what to do.
And I can't wait to. I'm gonna try to have the recording. Remember the one I told you I listened to last night?
Yeah.
This is not the first time I heard it a while back, but I was listening to it last night. That Gerald House call. We're gonna play it tomorrow. Because I know they're gonna have theirs out already, but we're gonna play that one. Tomorrow and stuff.
Yeah, and they're gonna release them other ones too, because that's what they brought let the judge know today.
Yeah, we are.
So it's some we ain't never heard before. I want to hear what that's in. Woo!
Right. And then tomorrow we're going to talk about the three. I'm going to bring up those 3 lawsuits that includes Chris KK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I got them already. I just got to pull them and go through the pages and look and find what they got her name at.
Yeah, and get your thumbnail together.
Yeah, I get all those thumbnails together every night. I don't just do one, guys. I do several I do about 3, sometimes 4 thumbnails every time I do one. I'm not the type of person to do one thumbnail. I do so many. I got thumbnails already sitting aside. And you just made me think. Let me because these are going to be for my different channels. That's the one I think I'm using for this for Pinkie the Housewife. Wait now. They got difference in color, and then there's a different one right here. So, I got others in too, but since I got 3 channels, I try to make a little difference in color of the writing or a different picture or something on something a little different on everything. So when I post them, at least a thumbnail is a little different. And on one of my third channel, I'm gonna I always try to shorten that video. I need to go in from last night and shorten that one, make it shorter. I just didn't have time last night because it was baby girl's birthday and everything, but I'll do that. And guys, I do appreciate everybody being here. I really, really do. Thank you all for, because like I said, I really enjoy myself on my lives. I have fun, basically. It's so much fun doing the live. And I'm just looking at my numbers. I always, let me write it down while I'm talking about it. My numbers. Guys, you always have to keep track of your numbers because these some rogues around here. They will steal from you in a heartbeat. I'm serious. I don't think I'd be kidding. I really don't be kidding. But anyway, thank you, Justice, for showing your presence today. We enjoyed having you and everything and coming with the tea.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And knowing, and I like a person that be on the live and knows what's going on with the subject. You know, some
Yes, ma'am.
come on your channel and they'll ask you as soon as they pop up on the panel what we're talking about.
Yeah, what you talking about? What you come up here for if you don't know what I'm talking about?
Right. And I always find that so strange what you're talking about.
Yeah, I say sit still until you listen and learn what we're talking about, then come up and add what you got to say.
Right. Right. That is true. That is true. Sit still and let's see what we're talking about.
Mm-hmm. If you got something to contribute, then come on up and tell us about it.
Oh, Lord, you got that. So, right. And then let me just say one other thing. Guys.
Yes,
Now, today I was up early. I woke up early. I wasn't feeling good. I got up early. And I looked at the clock and it was a little after 7. I almost had a heart attack. Oh, too early. But I wasn't feeling good. So, my husband got back in bed with me and watch over me till I start feeling a little better. And now I'm not the only one feeling bad. We partied too much for the birthday last night, and everything. But you okay? All right, thank you, baby. Okay. But anyway, guys, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for supporting the channel and everything. And I hope that tomorrow live will be even better.
It will, Pinkie. It will.
Yes, I do believe that too. It's going to be even better. I just have fun. I really do. I don't know what other people do in their lives, but tell you what, I have fun with mine. I totally be enjoying myself. Okay. So guys, y'all going to have to do like I do. Enjoy yourself and have some fun. Thank you, Justice. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, everybody. Y'all have a wonderful day. And you know how we do it when we go out. Just be looking for my lives. Oh, and if anything breaks us too hot to hold on, let me see what Terry said. Hi, Pinkie and chat popping. Okay, I saw that. Okay. If anything is too hot and heavy to hold till tomorrow, y'all know what I'm going to do. I'm going to come and tell you right away. If it's too hot to hold, I will be dropping or going live. If anything out there too much, I will be popping back in. Okay, but until then, guys, y'all know how we do when we go. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye. Make sure y'all hit that like button.
Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great. I don't want to go to work.